camera, sound, marker, and action. Welcome to Tabletop Cinema, where we bring together the worlds of filmmaking, tabletop role-playing, and video games. I'm your host Mikey, a freelance filmmaker, tabletop RPG game master, and variety streamer on Twitch, and today we return to our first playthrough of Tavern Talk. But before I do want to go through some disclosures. This is a game sent to me for the purpose of review, so I didn't have to pay for the game. However, no one is paying me to make this video or to include the game in this video, and no one is going to get a chance to preview any of my footage or my thoughts before you guys get a chance to watch this review in progress. So without further ado, let's step into the tavern and continue off where we last left off. Welcome in Vanua. Zen, thank you for the lurk. Welcome to the tavern. This is Tavern Talk. We are in Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Chapter 8, New Horizons. Darth, welcome in! You do not have to avert thine gaze. We are free from spoilers until Dawn Trail. Hope your catch-up has been good. 1 week until... well, a few days left before early access. A bit more than a week before the full release. Yeah, it's a 1080p stream today. Thank you for dropping by and welcome in. Act 2, Starlight Sonata. Chapter 8, New Horizons, 4th of the Astral Moon. Did the sheep just bleat? Sheeps bleat, right? Oh, new character. You're tired of crafting, but you need to finish all the job quests before the maintenance starts tomorrow. The maintenance, it's what's pressuring a lot of people to do everything right now. Hope you get to do that before the maintenance starts, and we'll be blocked off from visiting Eorzea, Aetheris, whatever you want. It's gonna be annoying. Long maintenance. Do it, Darth. I totally understand if you could dip out and focus on the crafting. Anything to get Dawn Trail ready, right? Free trials there's a priority system in place? Okay, I didn't know that. But hey, again, I'm still amazed at how you've really made the most out of this free trial. So are you planning to get the game once Dawn Trail releases and then MSQ from Shadowbringers and Walker all the way to Dawn Trail? Good mythical morning. It's well past noon, just like me. It's still morning somewhere. Plus, a wizard doesn't care about things like time. Time's not only relative, but also flexible. Like a gummy worm. One time, I've actually tried breaking through the space-time continuum using a loophole through the primordial vortex. And? Did it work? No. But almost. I would have needed a drip of primordial sea to enhance the curvature, and that should have done it. But no access to the primordial sea. Bummer. I heard that's not very easy to get. Theopractically, it is. I bet we're connected to the primordial sea again. Theopractically? Practically, in theory, duh. Ah, that makes sense. I get it. You do? Of course I do. Interesting. And suspicious. Are you mayhaps also a person of magic? Well, I do make magical drinks. Enchanted mixology, that indeed is a niche. Say, innkeeper, did something you make ever explode? Occasionally. Dovetailor, welcome in! Hello there, yes, Tavern Talk. Have you played this yourself? We are actually doing something different today. Well, this is our first review copy that we ever received, so I will be writing a short Steam review for this. But again, thank you to developers for sending over a review copy to us, and it's been a blast. We played the first session already. We finished Act 1, so now we're in Act 2. You finished the whole thing, nice! Yeah, the ending of Act 1 was quite intriguing, but it is pretty much the same as the demo, which we already played. So this is basically uncharted territory, and I'm looking forward to seeing how far the ramifications of our drink mixing is going to be. Like, did you enjoy the game yourself? I'm assuming so, because it made you click really quickly, really fast. Welcome in, Dovetailer. And my friends who are here, Dovetailer is an amazingly talented individual. An author, tabletop RPG creator, an all-around great person. They are the co-creator of Anathem's End, which is sending its digital copies to backers, which I am considered I'm considering myself a proud backer. That's a link to Navathem's End, which Dovetailer and Dewata co-created from the ground up. Super awesome, and they're currently fulfilling their Kickstarter pledges.
Hello
so congratulations. Oh, did someone... General Kenobi, Dewata, welcome in. Dewata, we were just speak of the devil, or speak of the... Why is it speak of the devil? Because if you invoke the name of the devil... You know what? Phrases aside, welcome in Dewata streams. Dewata streams, we were just talking about them. The co-creator of Navathem's End, and also contributor to Confluence the RPG, Confluence the Living Archive, which just extended its playtest. A playtest which I am also a part of, with Vanua as our game master. We got some very talented individuals here, and yes, we are going through Tavern Talk. This expression, speak of the devil, appeared in England during the Middle Ages as an admonition against the danger of uttering the name of the devil, Satan, or Lucifer. I see. A pretty clear explanation. And we can neither confirm nor deny if the devil walks among us. But anyway. I'm back taking over stream duties from Miku. Hope you did enjoy your time with her. We did a 12-hour session. Miku did a 12-hour session yesterday. Fitting, because we finished the myth of the 12. And Miku cried at the end. It is such a touching and bittersweet ending. No, bittersweet, but it is also full of joy. It's great. I really love the ending of Myth of the 12. What did you think of the reveal at the end? Yes, they're definitely, like, it is predictable that there was a reveal, but I didn't expect that person to be Oshan, and the way they handled it. And then I could not stop the tears once the Oppo of all things, you know, what did Oshan say? Your friendship weighted my steps, but the Oppo stopped them. Halted them. And like, oh my god, the Oppo. Like, oh my god. Like, that's just like, oh shoot. And then, yes, please stay. It really reminded me of the melancholy of the elves, the time of the elves, the time of the gods is over, the time of man. And it is a very refreshing thing because, typically we're like in Japanese RPGs, kill the god because god is bad. But it's like these were good people / gods, powerful people, created. And then when Derek was talking about the stories of what the gods were based on, the regular people, Asians, regular relatively. Anyway, the Asians they were based off, it's like, oh, like these little blurbs, they said so much, and the way the lines were delivered, reminiscing about what they were before they became gods to help Hydaelyn stabilize the star. It is like, damn. We got so vulnerable also when you think about these gods' origins and how they can now go to rest. Yeah. And yes, the veil was pulled. Yes, some people might think like it's gonna be tough for Raha and Kryl and everyone else who was present for these revelations to, they had to really discuss it with the forum, how much they should reveal. Like, should we just break the truth to everyone? Does it matter? Like, some people won't believe it, some people will, but should the whole world know about it? How? And then that's why I liked with Snow Gem going instead into like focusing her study into the reception of gods and religion, instead of about them directly in the mythologies, but focusing on the people and how they take this, as part of their culture, as part of their upbringing, and how that affects their livelihoods. So that shift of focus of Snow Gem was also reassuring because, no matter what the truth there is, the importance is how is humanity embracing this and taking it forward. So it's a fascinating study for Snow Gem, and I was very happy for Snow Gem as well. And man, when you're talking about the sadness between Venat and Elidibus, you're waiting for you to find out that the 12 are basically all of Hydalin's besties. Yeah, that. Like, all of Hydaelyn, people who supported Hydaelyn and who Hydaelyn believed in. And the Watcher as well, the last remaining Watcher. Watch will never end, but, Watcher, the most staunch supporter. And these were all people before. And that doesn't diminish their godlyhood whatsoever, and neither does their godlyhood diminish their humanity. It's just titles at that point. These are just basic people who have the interests of the star, the best interests of the stars in mind. And I don't care if they were gods or people or whatever. They are just beings that loved the star and humanity so much that they sacrifice their lives essentially to be ever vigilant. And once we save the star, that's why I said rounding back to that, it is very refreshing because I was like, oh hey, we're killing gods again in the Japanese RPG, but it's like, I like these people. These were good people. These are good people who had our best interests at heart, and our devotion, devoted or not, our devotion to the star and each other, whether you believed in the gods or not, but to just make the world a better place was already enough for them. And they felt that, and they wanted to give back. So again, narrative wise, I love the execution and everything. Of course, I'm kind of wondering still, okay, the implications of having an all faith instrument. They said that's a change. I was wondering, why did they have to give up their individuality, return to the live stream, or if they could, if the stabilizing effect didn't change, what's different now? And from what I understood, it's where the Dynamis and Akasha funnel into. So I understand that, because perhaps in the long term it wasn't sustainable to maintain these separate vessels of reception, because they did show that over the generations, Dynamis was affecting each god and shaping them in the image of what humanity wanted it to be. So perhaps it needed a refresh. This needs a refresh, a restart. And whether humanity knows about it or not, their prayers, their Dynamis does affect the star. So my rationale is, okay, maybe they decided on this is that so the whole of the star receives it, not just not just it doesn't eventually become separated by who believes in what. Instead, it'll all go into this instrument and be for the entire star. And it's just up to the humanity's culture and beliefs to understand, well, whether they know the truth or not. At least the Dynamis is guaranteed to benefit all. So that's I was just wondering, it is beautiful. It made me cry. I love that. I didn't expect that quest line to be so impactful. But of course, yeah, I also wonder okay, the implications of it on a lore scale, on a narrative logical sense. And yeah, it is so good. And I'm glad I ended on that, because it was also kind of Kryl focused, and I could tell like Cryo was already expressing how she wanted to try and be there in the front lines for you, that she could prove to you that she could handle herself. And I feel like that's a nice segue into Dawn Trail, and also knowing that Derek is out there. I'm pretty sure we're gonna bump into Derek in the Wanderings when we're in Tuliolal, and that's why they said that these raids are very important for Dawn Trail, because we have the context of that. And just to cap it off, how we went full circle and ended in the Sanctum of 12. And the Sanctum of 12 to me was just an MMO venue where people had their weddings. But then I realized, yeah, all right, it is dedicated to 12. It's literally the Sanctum of the 12. And then now the meaning of that place has changed entirely. And even if we didn't know these gods very well or who they were before, you know, that place just became even more hallowed. And, you know, even just staying there in silence feels like reverence to simply good beings. Ponder, welcome in. Sorry, I just had to process sorry to this, whoever you are. I am interrupting you as the innkeeper, but I had to, like, and it's just like, oh man. And I also got very sappy at the end of it, because saying our goodbyes, embracing the goodbyes, people on the journey. And I did it felt like that, like you guys were there for my Endwalker journey, and then you journeyed with me as well through a lot of this content. And then I also kind of found it bittersweet but also fitting that I just did the last trial on my own, and then I processed it, and then it's just kind of like, embrace the time that they're there. And then now that you're on your own and on your own journey, it's like, oh wow, I'll see them again in Dawn Trail. But I'm very thankful that you guys like were patient with me streaming the content, like acting out everything, essentially tripling the time it needed to complete these raids. But you guys were there for it, and I really appreciated that as well. And it made me think about a lot of stuff, and I was just very grateful and appreciative of all that. But good morning to you, Ponder. It would be remiss of me if I did not give a proper shout out to PonderKind, one of my absolute favorite streamers. Always great to have you here, Ponder. Thankfully, it's spoiler safe for now, unless you do wish to get into Tavern Talk yourself. I enjoyed the first act. This is a review in progress. So what I would like to give my thoughts on it after we're done, a bit more critically than we usually do, because we never really really dissect things. But so I'm going into this with a bit more of a critical mindset, but I am enjoying my time as well, just as a gamer. Because again, for those who just did get in, some disclosures, this was a review copy sent to me by the developers, and I didn't have to pay for it, but they are not paying me to make this video, and no one is going to get a chance to preview any of this footage, and they don't even require a review. So it's all because I want to, and they don't have any bearing on what I decide to include in this review. So they're very generous as well. FF14 is so important to enjoy at your own pace. You still want to take you into the variant dungeons because there's so much cool lore there. Yeah, and I have accepted that there's also, of course, a lot of content. There's too much content to really do it on my own. And with my terrible time management, it's like, yeah, good luck. But again, thank you for this offer to go to the variant dungeon. I do want to experience that eventually. But we will be going to Endwalker soon, and our focus will be there. But even then, even if I was kind of rushing it, cramming everything, it ended really, for me, it really ended on a high note. And I'm hyped more for Dawn Trail than ever before. In terms of getting a handle of my character's roleplay, going through that story with, even talking to our guardian / goddess, Halone, how adorable that was. We were traveling with Menfina as the bunny. It's like a bunny and my goddess Halone. It just felt perfect. And then, going through all that and just them ruminating over, what it means to be alive and what to experience. And again, that last scene, man, when you knew it was coming. It was predictable, but again, the way they delivered it and executed it, the meaning of it all, it's like one of those things that you know it's coming, but are you ready for it? And I felt like the characters involved in it were also like, yeah, you know, there is something is like, I get the feeling that we won't be able to be with them forever. So make the most out of your time with them, and we have to be ready for the change. And it is a big change. It will be a big change. And I am also very curious if that factors into these select few who know the truth behind it. With the help of Snow Gem in the studies into the assimilation of belief and religion, and whether how the truth factors into that, Snow Gem's importance is even more, for believers of the 12, the ramifications of this across the entire socio-cultural, political sphere even. It's, it is such an intimate personal journey, a very reflective, but also by the end of it, you're like, wow, what now? Yes, of course, you continue to be the best you can be. Perhaps it's not going to have that much of an effect as expected, but once the truth gets out, or depending on how they report it from Charlayan, I'm very interested to see how that really reverberates throughout the different cultures. So yeah, for those who just came in, we were just talking about not Tavern Talk, we're talking about Final Fantasy XIV. So questions like this, it's just one of many things, one of many stories that Final Fantasy XIV has told over its more than a decade of existence. So yeah, you think the whole FC will be going through it and we'll all be going at our own pace, but happy to help out together. Yes, for sure. And again, I still can't remember why you all finished Endwalker before I did. I'm pretty sure there's a I just cannot remember, but I'm really grateful that you guys were there for that journey. But now at least I'll be able to be there alongside you guys. I think I was able to do that for some content at least. I remember we had spoiler talks and everything. I think that is for post Shadowbringers or Shadowbringers maybe. Yeah, I think it was Shadowbringers where I was. Well, I think I was also late then. My memory is Swiss cheese. Okay, so my timelines are all messed up. I really don't remember. But what I do remember, and what I'm still very grateful for, is the FC being there to send me off into space. That was very nice. And the final trial. Actually, yeah, you guys were there for the final trial. So I think I was just lagging behind, but I wasn't totally late. If you ever need company for Dungeons and Trials, just ask in the FG chat, for sure. For Dawn Trail, though, I think most of us are going to be going... since we're going at our own pace, at least there's trust. And we'll get more dialogue from the trust party members, at least. But yeah, Tavern Talk eventually. You saw a little bit of your playthrough before. It looks so cool. Yeah, Wander. I believe I did see that you wishlisted this. It's very cozy so far, but they are hinting at something greater. So if you do want to avoid spoilers, of course, we are entering Act 2 now. It is uncharted territory for me in terms of the demo. But the demo is available as well. The demo takes place during Act 1. I don't know how long this game is, but, we're enjoying it at our own pace. And yeah, I am thrilled about what this all means for Dawn Trail. Hope I didn't miss anything else. You do remember having to do the final fight a lot because you're pretty close to finishing it at the time. You finished the final fight, you also jumped into the final trial for other FC mates. Yes, I do remember that. And what's clear is that I took a lot of photos when you guys were going to see me off to space. And then once we went there, and final trials and all that, the summoning, definitely, it is an all FC effort. And that is super cool. Like, what a way to end Endwalker. Like, Xenos aside, it wiped the stain of Xenos. I didn't even really care about Xenos anymore because the FC mates were there, right? It's like, thank you, Xenos, for bringing in my FC mates into this trial. But I'm not your friend. But okay, I can understand how you don't understand what a friend is, but this is goodbye, Xenos. I cannot be the friend you want me to be. So I broke up with Xenos, I guess. Or he thinks I broke up with him. Or no, he never thought I broke up with him. He died happy knowing that we gave him what he wanted. I don't know if that's worse or if that's better, but whatever. He's gone, thankfully, as far as we know. But I have a sneaking suspicion he'll come back in some form. And Xeno stance will be happy. Like, okay. Anyway, yeah, FF14 was great. We finished the Pandemonium trials, the raids, the Alliance raids as well. I enjoyed the stories they told. The Void Send thing was pretty cool as a little, ramifications. Like all of the stuff we did over the course of the last few weeks and in FF14 have left a lot of awesome questions that I hope will either be developed or answered in Dawn Trail. So it's super cool. He's but a ghost out somewhere in the universe, but with how ether manifests into tangible beings, there's a non-zero chance he'll just pop in. Okay. Sorry, so we just met someone new. A wizard. And they were talking about messing with the fabric of the space-time continuum. And all they needed, supposedly, was a drop from the primordial sea. But they don't have access to it. But I have a feeling the innkeeper has ties. As a possible primordial entity is my prediction. And we just confirmed that some of the magical drinks we make, indeed, have exploded. By the way, the FC's lending Gil for MSQ teleports if ever you need it. I definitely will need it. Thanks for the heads up, Dawata. So we're talking about the drinks exploding, and the innkeep, occasionally. Heck yeah! Welcome to the club. I think I blow something up at least once or twice a week. I'm Hex, by the way. Nice to meet you, Hex. Nice to meet you too. Just Innkeep for now. Alright, well then, Innkeeper, how about a super wheezy, breezy drink for me? Any flavors you might fancy? Maybe something, something that'll make me focus more and perhaps help me better understand the primordial vortex? Gotcha. Definitely. So what has intelligence 3? Our only option is Sparkling Nebula. Bit of Charisma. You have a Sparkling Nebula. Good job, Andu. This should boost your focus like nothing else. Amazing! I can already feel the ideas cooking up. I think I figured out a way to get the primordial seawater to... Never mind. The explanation would be too complex to grasp. So, what complex reason brings you to my tavern, Hex? Getting away from the other smartest person in Asteria. And who would that be? Does it matter? You tell me. My sister. She's studying and driving me crazy with all her theories. They are so reasonable, you know? No chaos, but there has to be a bit of chaos in everything, doesn't there? I wonder how she gets through life with so much structure. Hello? Structure is the key to everything, young lad. Without structure, there is no chaos, and thus, there'd be no entropy. I found entropy to be quite essential in this world. And you are... Oh, how rude of me. Top of the morning to you, lad. And to you. Innkeeper, is it? Correct. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you. I suppose you may call me Scully. My actual living name would be too ancient to be spoken out loud. I am an archivist. Archivist. At least I used to be. Now I'm dead. Mr. Pochangles. Somewhat. Not completely, obviously. Under mysterious circumstances, I happen to be still conscious. So you're undead? Precisely. How? Well, I passed on, and then one day I rose from my grave. It is like a long sleep, completely knackered for thousands of years. At least I believe it's been 1,000 of years. What year is it? 1755. That's brutally long. So, how did you come back to life? I'm not too sure myself. I woke up and walked on like nothing had happened. Thought to myself, might as well explore the world anew. Those who'd risen with me didn't seem to be inhabited by an independent consciousness. And alas, didn't care. Those who'd risen with you? There are more like you out there. Course, undead rarely rise alone. They mostly serve a master. Right. Oh my god, I did not notice the long, long hat. I thought it had just cut off there. What the heck? However, I decided not to bother with that and go my own way. Dang it. Ponder LMD. Going south, I passed through Zoford and found a small little tavern. A bit like this one, more nautical in style. They had a lot of fish. I've never been a fan of seafood. Though I got to listen to a lot of the town's gossip. Care to fill me in on that Zoford gossip? Well, apparently a well-known noble married a commoner and decided to run off with her, leaving the family without an heir. But there's more! Fishermen fear that Zoford has been cursed by a sea witch. They say the docks are being haunted by lonely animals that stare blankly at the waves and the moon all night. And during the day, they disappear like ghosts. Bit of a weird curse. The wanted is a female. Yeah, okay, I haven't seen this wanted poster before. When I was logging into the game, it looked like a mind flayer that was wanted. A mind flayer with like spectacles. I have a feel like there's actually a... I think there's... You can click to see all the wanted posters. I have a feeling those are like the developers' characters. Fitting for any sea witch or wild sailor's tale. Innkeeper, say, do you have a drink for this undead fella? A drink and a mop. Just a drink. I won't be needing a mop. If you say so, what would you like? Something that'll loosen up this non-existent tongue. Something full of charm and appeal. Coming right up. So we have two drinks that max out charisma. A spoken heart and a sunny breeze. The spoken heart seems a bit more appropriate. We also have 1,000 winds. That is 3 charisma. But spoken heart might be interesting. I actually don't know if this matters at all. Or does it matter if we give them a spoken heart plain or a spoken heart with infusions? I haven't been able to tell yet. Tongue. My god. Spoken heart. You know, maybe it's my turn to do this. Don't worry, it's a. I'd like to think it's one of those toy hammers that squeak like, when it squeaks when you hit it. A real charmer just for you. Jolly! I feel like I can conquer worlds with my words alone. Oh. Not that I would ever do that. I care more about words than worlds. Archivist things, you know. I spent most of my life reading, sorting, and archiving. That didn't leave a lot of time for dreams of hubris. Are you sure? Academic hubris is a powerful one. Come on now, that type hardly counts. Agreed. It's only natural. Oh, I think you've given me an idea, Bone Man. I did? Yes, if I can enhance the aging process of cells, the incubation procedure could. Alright, I gotta go. If my sister asks if you've seen me, no you didn't. Thanks, bye. Energetic young fella. Indeed. That was Hex, half-elf, 48 years old, he/him, wizard from Zenith, chaotic neutral, which is chaotic evil in Adventures League, and the tower. There are so many chaotic neutral characters here. There's so many chaotic characters here. Chaotic neutral and chaotic good. Hex is a very impulsive wizard who loves chaos and everything unreasonable. He is one of the two smartest people in all of Asteria, with the other being his sister, who seems to be his complete opposite. Thanks to him, I also learned a new word, theopractically. It means practically in theory. Theopractically. If you don't mind, innkeeper, I'd like to linger here a bit and enjoy the moment. Of course. Hey, innkeep. How's it going? All fine and dandy. How about you, Fable? I'm still very busy helping the farmers rebuild their barns and fences. Also, apparently, a bunch have lost their crops due to how hot the stars were. It's terrible. Seeing all this destruction is terrible. I never seen anything like this before either. Historically, the Lady of the Gilded Sea never struck me as someone to unleash baneful omens. Apologies, my manners. It's impolite to burst into a conversation just like that. I'm Scully. Fable. Nice to meet you, Fable. Again, my apologies for the impulsivity. That's alright. I was just surprised you could actually talk. Oh, no offense. I just thought, usually... None taken. Usually skeletons don't speak. Theopractically, they don't. Theopractically? Practically in theory. Exceptions confirm the rule. You sound like a wizard. Please don't say that. Okay, let's pretend I didn't. Are they close to save the world yet? I don't know, but I'm pretty sure Fable's gonna save the world one small deed at a time. Scully, how did you like her drinks? Surely on experience. I can feel it gurgling in my bones. Sometimes they do that. Could you also make me a drink, innkeeper? I don't want my bones to jingle, but something that enhances my finesse would be nice. You know, you have to be very delicate with zucchini seeds or they'll give up immediately. Are zucchinis really that difficult to grow? Of course, coming right up. I don't know anything about gardening. Maybe there are secret narrative rewards if you give them like a different drink. I'll have to experiment with those, but we're just sticking to the book for now. The only major decisions I noticed were when they go off on a quest. Like what drink you make them for their quest. I did give people spicy drinks, but they never remarked on it. I hope this tastes refined enough. This is perfect. You know just what I want. You know just what I needed, Keeper. Of course I do. After all, you're my favorite regular. Should we butter them up too much? Yeah, Andu with the rainbow glowy eyes, able to devour anything. Hints at Andu probably being a primordial beast from the before times. So adorable. Of course I do. After all, you're my favorite regular. I am? Yes. And you're my favorite innkeeper. Thank you, Fable. So, do you think your farm work will be done soon? Oh, I hope so. Not that I don't like helping them out. I do, but I think the sooner everyone can get back to normal life, the better. Do you perhaps need a hand? I happen to have two. Favorite innkeeper is the only innkeeper from Malzran. You know how they say like, oh, you're my favorite nephew, or you're my favorite niece. Like, I'm your only nephew. I'm your only niece. Or you go, you're all my favorites. I'm pretty sure there are other innkeeps. But I think we're the special primordial innkeep that seems to be bound to this place. They've already hinted that we cannot leave this place. And I might know a thing or two about crops and fences. Sure. I could use some help carrying a few things over to Trigarin. My treehouse is just around the corner. Splendid! Sounds like quite a useful endeavor. I'll gladly indulge. Thank you. Innkeep, before we go, I have something I wanted to give you. What do you have for me, Fable? Some dried honey flowers. The farmers didn't know how to thank me, so they gave me these flowers. And you're always so helpful and nice, so I wanted to share them with you. I'm sure you already have at least 4 ideas on how to use them. Thank you very much, Fable. I'll make sure to put them to good use. So, you accept donations for ingredients? Certainly. I can only get my hands on so many infusions myself. What about recipes themselves? It's always good to get more inspiration. Wonderful! In my prior life, I had access to a lot of books about magic and potion mixing. I think I still recall my assistant's favorite recipe. Do you store it under your hat? Of course! Where else would I keep it? Fair enough. Thank you for the recipe. Innkeeper, thanks for being such a patient and pleasant host. I shall be on my way then with Fable. But I'll be back, should I not crumble into a pile of bones from one day to the next. Let's hope not. I won't. I'm just joking around. I hope. I wouldn't want to be responsible for that. Anyways, Innkeeper, thank you so much. You are still the highlight of my day, no matter how dark the night. See you around. Let's go, Scully. No time to lose. Enjoy your food, Duff Taylor. Thank you for the lurk. I still don't know what's gonna happen, honestly. Hey! Kyle finally has his cape. It's not invisible. That I was able to witness such rarity in my lifetime. Immaculate. You would even get excited about a rusty nail? Of course I would. Such a splendid chemical process. Metals have a variety of chemical processes. Rust, my least favorite of them. Ruins lots of hard work. Does it now? Yep. Makes everything porous. Oh. Kyle, Rhea, nice to see you both again. I think he changed. I don't remember these colors. Likewise, dear innkeeper, how has your day been? Can't complain. Had some interesting customers today. Ah, like that one distinguished gentleman who crossed us on our way in. Distinguished, yeah. Gentleman, don't know. A giant top hat doesn't make you a gentleman. What makes you a gentleman? What makes you a gentleman? Manners maketh man. Manners. He was quite polite, I recall. Greeted me with a tip of his hat. You find everyone polite, even your slime. But Mrs. Slime is quite polite. Innkeep, say, that dagger over there. I feel like it's strangely familiar. For some reason, it reminds me of my dear Evelyn. It looks like the knife she used to peel oranges with. Highly impractical, I tell you. I imagine it would be. Do you know if that is her dagger, by any chance? I think that might be a story for another time. Let's not worry about it for now, shall we? Okay. Say, Innkeep, have you read that letter yet? That'd be a story I'd love to hear right now. Not yet, no. Tragic. I've always loved writing letters. Innkeep, you got a drink for me? Something that'll make me tougher? So I can get through today's babbling. Of course. So now we have first snow, which also gives 3. Let's make this drink. First snow. Like the sun reflecting off a frozen lake. The first snow makes you feel comfortable and safe, embracing you with its frosty taste. In between hot chocolate and frozen glaciers, you'll find yourself well equipped to hike into the snowy mountains. One. We might actually need that infusion for this. Ooh, we will need an infusion just to make this. Oops. Here, Andu. Enjoy. Okay. We need something that gives strength, charisma, or dexterity. Charisma and dexterity. So we make it with this. What is that? Honeyflower. Honeyflowers used to be rare before adventurers introduced it to local farms. Now commonplace, everyone can be inspired by their sweetness. Inspiration grants you the ability to extraordinarily motivate other people or persuade them to tell the truth. Oh. There we go. The table's broken? Oh, I just noticed. It's for Andu. Andu needs space. Oh, I don't know why we put the bucket into the table. I'm pretty sure there's a story behind that. I don't know. Maybe Andu likes being cozy there. Now that's what I'm talking about. A gift of the great dragons. Well, thank you. I gave it my best. Can taste that. I feel sturdier already. I've had my doubts about you, Innkeep, but I must say, you know your job. So, how's the day been for you two? The usual. Splendid. It was my first day in centuries out under the rays of the sun. And how do you like it? It's brighter than I thought. The light of the sun, I mean. Ray and I took a day trip to the capital since I rarely get to see it full of daily life. There were so many people. Too many. Just the right amount for a city. It was so vivid, it almost made me feel alive. Andu shape reminds you of a type of dragon from How to Train Your Dragon World. Those big round eyes ones. Oh, that like one of the derpy ones. I only watched the first How to Train Your Dragon. I should watch the rest. I heard it's actually a great trilogy. But I do remember derpy looking ones. And everyone was able to admire my beautiful cape. Is that the cape? The cape of invisibility? It absolutely is. How curious. Does that mean you two are going to Barovia now? Huh? Why would we want to go there? That was a deal. I help you get your cape, so you can attend that fancy Barovian vampire banquet, and I get me gold's worth. Huh. Oh, but I got that invitation about 500 years ago. Didn't I mention that? No. What about me material then? Well, I can give you the gold right now if you want. Can you accompany me a while longer though? Fine. Oh, wonderful. Every second I spend with you brings me tremendous joy. Second one made you cry? Oh, man. Yeah, I really heard it's a really great trilogy. Like, people underestimated it. I remember watching the first movie in theaters and saying, damn, that was fun. I also got a bit motion sick because I watched it in 4D. So there was like a bit of wind effect. The chairs moved a bit, and when we were flying, it felt pretty cool. But then I got motion sick for a bit, and like, well, that was cool though. The flying sequences were super fun, but I would not recommend. It is the 3D though. The 4D in that theater, the 3D, it is kind of poorly implemented, and the glasses made everything a shade darker. So it looked like you're looking through shades. But I still love the movie. Like, it's not like IMAX 3D. Like, that one's implemented better. Oh, wonderful. Every second I spend with you brings me tremendous joy. What a great day to be a vampire. I've got my cape back and I can walk under the sun like mortals do. Say, innkeeper, what if you thought of a new drink? One that would taste just as incredible as the gentle and welcoming beams of sunlight feel on your skin. That's kind of a vague description, but I think I might have something in mind already. Ah, wonderful. I wonder if my dear Evelyn would desire to walk in sunlight as well. We killed her. In the second one, you watch it normally, no 3D or nothing, but some flying scenes still made your stomach drop. You do have a fear of heights. Ow. Ouch. But hey, you still cried with the movie. Twitter blessed you with this. What is this? Watching the movie Waxwork for the first time, it is one of the funniest vampire... Sorry. Wait. Okay, speaking of vampires, we killed... Unfortunately, we chose the combat path for Zephyr, now Malachite. So the lady's dead. But probably... Maybe it went down like this. What the hell? Poor bat, though. Oh, it is a vampire. Sorry. That's probably how she died. I wonder if my dear Evelyn would desire to walk in sunlight as well. She's dead. Do you know how she was doing? Do you think I could pay her a visit? You shouldn't. I wonder if there's a way to keep her alive. Thank you for the care package. my god. Okay, I feel alive again. You shouldn't. I should. The air smells like reconciliation. Didn't the rogue tell you what happened? You mean the young Echo? Well, he said he had retrieved my cape. I'm sorry, Kyle. Pardon me, well, what exactly do you mean? Countess Evelyn didn't want to give up that cape without a fight. She didn't make it. Say it ain't so, Innkeep. Unfortunately, it is. My dear Evelyn, gone? From all vampires to walk Gaia, I had always assumed she'd walk the longest. I suppose death catches up with everyone eventually. Did she put up a good fight at least? Best I've heard of in a while. Oh, that's how I remember her. I hope Tuat holds her soul dearly. You have souls? Of course we do. Ah. I wish we could have at least danced one more time before Ur wrote her final line. But alas, fate is cruel, especially to those who aim to live forever. A fate we rarely choose ourselves. Oh, how shall I ever recover from this? Maybe a drink could help for now? Oh, would you do that? A drink for me? Uh-oh. The curse of being a vampire is outliving pretty much anyone you'll ever meet. So, it's not surprising that Kyle seems to fight with abandonment issues. Oh, no wonder why Kyle's being so clingy to Rhea. He has seen a few people die of old age, after all. Nonetheless, he is still very attentive to others, perhaps to cherish the time he has left with them. Of course. Something strong, please, dear Innkeep, so that my heart may stop aching soon. Strong. What else do we have that's 3 strength? Sailor's Courage. Let's make that. The Sailor's Courage gives even the driest landlubber the qualities of good sailor. A lot of strength, a dash of defense, a shot of charisma, and the inability to know fear. A perfect all-rounder. Well, almost. Who needs common sense anyway? Spinach not included. We have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we can do it with just this. Ah, wait, no. We need an infusion. Plus. No intelligence. Chili. There we go. Oh, shoot. We didn't need to put defense. What? Wait. Sailor's Courage. I can't mend your broken heart, but perhaps this helps. It does. Thank you, dear innkeeper. Why don't you tell the innkeep more about your day, Right. I suppose I wasn't done yet. Where was I? Your trip to the capital? Your trip to the capital. Busy streets, bustling with people. Roots. 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 We admired the roots that enclosed the city almost like a rampart. I finally had the chance to take a closer look. Quite fascinating. For once, gotta agree. Almost made me believe the myths are true. Myths? Myths. I've told ye. Rumor has it, these are the roots of the ether tree. Breaking through the surface and taking hold of Gaia, where they guard the capital. Ah, yes. A very good defense plan indeed. What is wood going to do to protect a city? A city is protected with stone. Oh. I was never very involved in fortification efforts. I figured. Oh. Oh. We've also met the lovely Seraph again. How are her investigations coming along? Very well. She seems eager and determined. A detective spirit. Believe the lass made her way to Darlowell. She seems to be onto something. I can't wait to hear the story when she returns. Likewise! Say, Rhea, can we go to town and check out the antiques dealer? Oi, why? I want to see if I can find any keepsakes from the old times. Very well then. But you won't munch in the shopkeep, will you? Of course not. I'm well satiated from the innkeeper's creation. Alright then, let's go. Goodbye, innkeep. Enjoy your shopping spree. New character. Doggo. I pet the doggo. What breed is this? The one with the Doberman? The one with the sharp triangular ears? Well met, adventurer. Do my eyes deceive me? 2 dogs. Minthy in the flesh. Hello, darling innkeeper. It's good to see you again. It certainly has been a while. Oh, it certainly has been a while. Must be hitting that 15-year mark, right? It'll be 25 years soon, actually. Ah. Yeah, you know how I am when it comes to keeping track of time spans longer than a decade. I'm well aware. Good that you have me to drop in from time to time to remind you. I couldn't be more grateful. Especially when you bring Casket and Kane along. Casket and Kane. Do cute service beasts still get a discount here? Always. So, what's brought you back to the area? It's not your usual haunt. No, I generally prefer something more moist. Ha! Not the word I'd have used. But something akin to that. It's decidedly too arid around these parts for my taste. And here I thought I would get to at least enjoy the recent downpour, but no. The stuff that came pouring down was unique. Unique. That's one way to put it. The Starfall. Destructive is another, and possibly more accurate. But I'm glad to see that your tavern hasn't suffered the same fate as many of the streets and buildings I saw on my way here. Admittedly, the journey was already quite challenging to navigate with my wheelchair before. Though the scenery has always been worth the struggle. But now, I'm afraid it wasn't possible to take in much enjoyment from the passing landscape. Not when I had to pay so much attention to not endanger myself and my sweet service beast. You told me of your struggles with traveling before. I'm sorry to hear that recent events have made it worse. Oh, well, we're here now, aren't we? And I do have to say, Using the primordial vortex as a way to skip your veranda stairs is a marvelous accessibility touch. Quite the impressive work, my friend. I'm glad to hear that my little spells are doing their job. I hope the cities will put similar care into rebuilding the streets. Flatter cobblestones would do wonders for many people like me. But believe it or not, I didn't come all this way to talk about the development of inclusivity in urban infrastructure. No, really? Shocking, right? I'm here on the hunt, one could say. What do you have your eyes on? Protection pearls. I've heard a few hushed whispers in my library. Folks say the pearls appear in the lonesome lagoon from this time of year. Ah, those again. Good hunting then. Thank you. Though, while the pearls might be my main objective, I haven't decided to come to town with only a singular purpose. I need to ask you for something, innkeeper. A good drink? No. My manuscript, darling. I believe 25 years should have been enough time to proofread it, yes? Of course. I finished devouring the manuscript almost as soon as you gave it to me. It just took me a while to recall doing so, you see. Since it's been so long since I definitely got done with that. Lovely. I'm glad I have such a reliable old friend to proofread my work. Would you like a drink while I try to engage my brain cells and remember where I put it? If you're offering, I'd be pleased to accept. Perhaps something to refresh my mind after my journey. I'll do my best. Peak Sunrise. The Peak Sunrise is a sweet drink that feels like standing on a tall mountain's peak. While this drink focuses on intelligence, adventurers may feel infused with the confidence and agility it takes to climb their favorite mountain range, unsurprisingly popular with climbers and boulderers. So infusions. Alright, let's add that. What is that? Is that Thunder Sage? Invigorating and inspiring properties. Synthetically created by the mages from the harbor city of Zoford. Alright. Peak Sunrise. That's 3 intelligence. Ding ding. I thought very hard about making the perfect drink for you. Ah, I miss this. Good to see your mixing skills haven't diminished one bit. In fact, I think I might be coming up with an idea for a new story. Let me note this down really quick. Take your time. So, while I enjoy your mixology, no matter what you put in front of me, I'd enjoy it even more if you could recall the location of my very precious manuscript. You know, the one I lovingly worked away at for almost half a century whilst my library came to be. Certainly. It should be just below this pile. No, wait, I must have put it over there, actually. Alright. Given this ongoing battle with your organizational habits, it might take you a bit longer to recover it. And I have some pearls to get to. So how about this? I'll return in around 7 days, and then I can tell you all about my pearl hunt in exchange for my manuscript. My proofread manuscript. That would be helpful. Good. It is nice seeing your weary face again, innkeeper. Likewise, Minthy. Have a safe and pearlful journey. I'll try. 7 days should be enough to read a manuscript, right? Good luck. A banshee is haunting the lonesome lagoon, wailing a song that will shatter your bones. We don't have enough yet for that. Okay, here. There is a slight unrest in Zoford. Rumor has it, an archmage is looking for their familiar who went missing recently. There are a lot of people in Zoford. Someone is bound to know something about the missing familiars. What are they hiding? Zoford's docks are a popular viewpoint for animals interested in a nighttime vista. Surely only a sea witch can be responsible for this. A scandal in Zoford. The lively port city of Zoford is known not only for its docks, but also for its large community of mages. Lately, there seems to be something mysterious going on there. The familiars of several archmages have gone missing and are nowhere to be found. But it's a big city. There must be someone who knows something. Could their disappearance be related to the tale of the sea? Could their disappearance be related to the tale of the sea witch who cursed Zoford's docks? So she's coming back in 7 days. That is a long time. Each day it takes quite a while here. Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Crossing the Threshold, 5th of the Astral Moon. Good morning, innkeeper. Could you please make me a drink? I need something to wake me up and help me feel agile again. Of course, Fable. Just a moment. What if I give Fable something else? Something with max dexterity. It's really the only one. Swift Strike. Let's add some spice. What do I usually make Swift Strike with? Right, invisibility. Thank you. I feel much better already. Long night? Very. Turns out there were a lot of farmers who needed help. Regret offering it? Not at all. I really enjoy being able to help people. Before, I just used to wish I could help, but I never felt competent enough to try it. It's fun to try. A bit exhausting at times, but I think I much prefer this over waiting around. I still could use a bit more practice, though. That's fair. Just make sure you also practice taking breaks. You'll have a much easier time helping others if you're not close to passing out yourself. That's what I have your drinks for. My drinks are not a gateway to burnout. I admire your kindness, Fable, but you too should fall under the umbrella of people you're being kind to. I mean, I am pretty good at falling. Hey, thank you for redeeming Pet the Cats. Let's go ahead and find a cat for you. Cat break. Maya's sleeping over there. Hey, baby. Yeah, she's not usually like this. I just took a chance. Thank you for that. Please slow blink at your cats. Yes, I do. I do. They sometimes respond. Passion's just sleeping under the... resting under the table. You slow blink at your cats all the time. Aw, yeah, it's how we say we love them. Sometimes I still can't believe, like, I'm taking care of 2 cats. Sometimes I still can't believe it. Like, what? Like, once in a while when we're all nuzzled up on the bed, all 3 of us, 2 kitties and me, we're just wondering. I wonder to myself, what did I do to deserve these 2 cats? They really help me calm down and help me get to bed as well. But thank you for redeeming that. Passion appreciates it, I'm sure. And I feel recharged. What did we tell Fable? You too should fall under the umbrella of people you're being kind to. That's important. I mean, I am pretty good at falling. You're pretty good at a lot of things. I try. I know. Stay and have a rest now, okay? Okay. Thank you. New character. Good day to you, Innkeeper. Sorry, I just gave him I just imagine a very stereotypical voice for this look. Good day to you too, adventurer. There's a new housing skin, Fantasy Cottage Tavern. What? Okay, that sounds like a nice housing skin. Is it coming out in Dawntrail? New character looks very much like those Actholiner. Exactly, that's the voice I imagine. Like, I think they're going, a lot of these characters are archetypical and they probably do sound like how they look. Whoa, look at this. It looks like our tavern. It looks like the Wayfarer's Rest. This is so pretty. I need this. Actually, it looks like something out of Palia as well. I should try out Palia. I want to try like the housing in Palia. It looks so good. Well, maybe I should start bidding for any house. You know what? I'll just suck it up. Maybe I should just get a house in... It just has to be Ishgard or Gridania. I'll just get any plot just to have a house. Because that looks like a very nice housing skin. Thanks for sharing that. Alright, let's go with Volo. Young Volo Thamp. Good day to you too, adventurer. Yes, an adventurer. That is what I am indeed. I come here seeking a drink. I'm reminded of Mandark. What a coincidence. I too happen to have some of those in stock. What can I get you? What kind of drinks do adventurers usually get? Whatever drink they desire. Then, well, I could do with something that tastes good. Look, did he make a woo-woo face? Of course. Perhaps something that could protect me from my foes? Defense is the base of every adventurer's skill set, is it not? Possibly. Let's try it out. Welcome back, Tom Taylor. Yeah, we didn't do much. We just ended the last day. And yes, now we met Minthy. Minthy. And then now we met Mr. Adventure. Speaking of. Oh, can I say Melly's also so adorable? Detective Melina. Detective Melina learning great sword skills from Big Sister Carolyn Pitoniak. Oh, I never read this. Scully, a skeleton, age unknown, he, him, archivist from the Everbloom archives. Chaotic neutral, another chaotic neutral. The magician. Scully is a Maida and the personification of a gentleman. And he's, well, dead. Or at least he was dead for quite some time before he rose again. But contrary to his fellow undead, he returned conscious. It doesn't cool down. They might people used to really spam it the whole time. Like, I mean, I would give them all the pets I can, but you know, we don't want to spoil them either. Something with defense. Sure, let's give him a basic Frosted Lagoon. What cooldown did I set it at though? Let me check. Every 30 minutes? Okay, maybe I should shorten that. I thought I put it at like 10 minutes. Yeah, I should probably shorten it. Oh, sorry, Andu, take one, please. Oh. Liquid protection against your foes. Now for half the price. Thank you so very kindly. Huh. Do you like it? Well, yes, of course. Then you should say so. I apologize. I forgot to do the thing where you say your words out loud. I get that. Now that you've acquired a drink, care to introduce yourself? How incredibly rude of me to forget. I am Gustav Archibald Richmond III, son of Lord Gustav Albert Richmond II and Lady Dorothea Bridget the 27th. An up-and-coming hero from Windmoor. And who might you be? The up-and-coming innkeeper of Zenith. Happy to have you here. And I'm Fable, of the Ashen Grove. Huh. You're Fable? Yes? Is that a bad thing? The Fable that saved Tregarin from werewolves? The very same. Wow! What an incredible pleasure it is to meet you! I've heard so many things about you. Oh, good things, I hope? Of course! They said you single-handedly persuaded the werewolf to give up his wicked ways and reunited a family. That's one way to put it, for sure. They do have a way with words. Incredible! A true hero indeed! They spoke of you helping with the aftershocks of the Starfall as well. I mean, that's a given. I need to help out when I can. You truly have the heart of a folk hero! How admirable! What about you, Lord Gustav Archibald Richmond III? What are you the hero of? Fable is a fan now. How did you resolve the werewolf thing? In the demo, I chose charisma, and I was very happy with that outcome. For the full game, I decided to see, okay, how different is it if we choose the other way? I didn't like the combat stealth approach. It felt like it didn't really resolve anything, and it felt like a bad ending. So I reloaded, and we got the charisma family reunited ending. Because the dexterity combat ending, Fable felt worse. Carolyn didn't really like Fable. The uncle was left, didn't find a support group. It was just bad all around. I didn't like it. But I do wonder about the long-term ramifications of it. Like, I think I messed up for the vampire lady. I decided to give combat booster to Zephyr, then Zephyr. I think he's Malachite now. To Mal, I gave combat, and it ended up killing the vampire lady. I think I messed that up because maybe there could have been a possible reunion with Kyle, the vampire. You went for the stealthy approach of the vampire. Yeah, I probably should have done that, but, well, the Countess is dead, Kyle is sad, and I don't know how else that affects the story. So that's what I'm curious to find out. Like, is it just the illusion of choice or not? Because when I gave dexterity for the werewolf thing and I didn't like the outcome of it, it did kind of change the, like, for one, Mal didn't ask for the vampire quest. We went directly to Carolyn, who asked for a quest, and the order of events was slightly different. Anyway, Steam recommendation showed you this D&D clone of Disco Elysium, a more narrative, psychological computer RPG. Esoteric Ebb demo. Ooh. Esoteric Ebb. So Disco Elysium plus computer RPG, fantasy RPG. Curious. Thanks, I will wishlist it. There's a demo. No release date yet. So, what about you, Lord Gustav Archibald Richmond III? What are you the hero of? Well, I'm currently leaving my backstory era. I'm the first act, so to speak, on my journey to become a full-blown adventurer. I've had a bit of a late start, but I shall catch up with haste. Also, Archie is just fine. You don't have to say the whole thing every time. Archie. Human 24, he, him, swashbuckler, a fellow swashbuckler. Leora's a swashbuckler. This OC, I'm imagining myself as the Tavern Keep, was a swashbuckler. Winmore, neutral good, the Hermit. Oh, so maybe they'll get along. Fable and Archibald. Archie. Archie is the noble son of an influential family from Winmore. He's quite out of touch with reality, growing up around books instead of everyday people. He wants to experience the adventurous life he has always read about, especially after hearing tales of Fable, the folk hero. Wow. Where's Winmore? So Zophard's over here. Windmore. Southern Republic? Erove. Windmore is in the Southern Republic. Along the coastline lies Windmore, which is constantly embraced by a gentle breeze. Windmills adorn the skyline, grinding more grain than any other city in the continent. Winmore has an exclusive deal with the capital to send their grain through the Pale Woods and straight into the capital. It's a haven for every windmill enthusiast or folks who love freshly baked bread. The laughter of locals at the marketplace or the harbor is carried by the coastal breeze, creating a distinct feeling of home. Well, Archie, if it's haste you're looking for, I can help with that. Someone gifted me with golden feathers a few days ago. Prepared as an infusion for the right drink, they can hasten you up in no time. Really? That's spectacular! I always thought those things were myths or legends you only read about in books. Do you read a lot? Sometimes, not that much. You should. You sound like someone who enjoys adventure, and books are so full of them. They are. I'm just too cool for books. Books are cool. You think so? Yes, I do. I mean, look at the Innkeeper's Journal. It's super cool. The coolest. Actually, maybe I do read quite a bit. I'm sorry for being so weird about it. Don't worry, we're all a little weird sometimes. What kind of books do you like? Anything full of adventures and heroes and adventuring heroes. They're just like me. For real. Obviously, my parents would much prefer if I read about other things, such as books on etiquette or the newspaper. I'm sure they would love it if I wrote a dissertation on the intricacies of the Dyrian negotiations or even became a diplomat myself. But I think I would fare much better as a savior of this world. Don't you think? The Dyria negotiations? I'm unfamiliar. It's all terribly boring, really. They're renegotiating trade routes due to the collapse of a canal bridge that was hit by a horde of spinal rhinoceroses. It's not going all that well, because they can't agree on who should pay for the repairs, the mainland or Dyria itself. Just thinking about it puts me to sleep. Then perhaps we should get back to more exciting topics. How do you plan to start off your hero's journey? By doing something heroic, of course. What's something heroic I could do? You could start by helping the local farmers. They're still rebuilding their homes and relocating their cattle as we speak. Great idea. How much gold should I give them? Gold? I'm sure they wouldn't mind gold, but I was thinking about lending them a hand, physically, with your literal hands. Okay. So, I would go to the farmers and ask what they need help with. Of course. That sounds... I shall figure it out. Thank you for the inspiration, Fable. It has been an honor meeting you. I hope we shall cross paths again. Till my next quest, Innkeeper. Till then. That was... adorable? Weird. Not because of him. I just... He heard about me being a hero? That doesn't sound right. But you are a hero. Not really. I didn't even do that much yet. Not enough to be inspiring to anyone anyway. There are much greater heroes than me out there. He wasn't impressed by other heroes. He was impressed by you. That's... nice. You don't sound very happy about it. I am. It's really flattering, but I just don't think I did enough to deserve his praise. I'm just some elf. It's not for you to decide who's impressed by you and who isn't. I'm personally going to keep bragging about knowing Fable, the great hero of the Ashen Grove and savior of Dragarin. Alright. I get it. Thank you, Innkeep. I'll try better to accept compliments. Good. Oh. Hi, Melly. Hello, Innkeeper. Hello, Fable. Hello, Melly. And hello, Malachite. It's good to see you both again. Likewise. Right, Mal? Can I offer you two a drink? Actually, you can offer us a quest. Are you talking about the one you just picked up by any chance? Your incredible deduction skills struck again. I'm only trying to match wits here. So, you're interested in saving those poor familiars? I am. Missing familiars, silent wizards, clues leading to a seemingly dead end. This sounds like a case for the world's greatest detective. And her sneaky assistant. They do sound like a great team. They're not a team. But they are going on a quest together. They are not. Then why are you here? She didn't want to come here alone. Said she can't reach the quest board. And I needed a drink anyway. So you're sending Melly on a quest? Alone? As is customary. That's how the Shadowbanes have always handled it. It's an honored tradition. Melly isn't part of the Shadowbanes. But she wishes to walk the path of thieves. So she must embrace their lifestyle. I think she's trying to walk the path of a detective. And that just sounds dangerous. And negligent. Yeah, Fables all... They've been on Mal's case for a while now. I agree. Oh, you're not coming with me? I mean, Melly cry. Oh no. How could you do this? I actually think, I think this Melly is actually inspired by Elden Ring Melina. Not only the aesthetic with the cloak hood thing, but also this, like, the eye. This. Like, I believe Melina also has, like, a mark on her right eye. Anyway. You're not coming with me? No. Why not? I just explained that. Badly. But you have to come with me. Why? It's clearly a job for two people. There's no job that can't be done alone. Well, what if I need someone to sneak into the crime scene to gather evidence? Didn't you want to go on this quest to test your stealth training? But what if I get nervous? What if I forget how to be stealthy? Or what if none of the familiars want to talk to me? I don't know, Melina. And what if I come back and you've been eaten by a T-Rex? Who cares? I do. The T-Rex threat is much lower in Zoford. I think you should go with her. The T-Rex threat is much lower in Zoford. If the monsters finally catch up to me, that's how it's meant to end. I think you should run away from the monsters, not towards them. That would depend on your choice of lifestyle. Well, your lifestyle should include going to Zoford with me. Listen, Melina. Even if I wanted to come with you, I couldn't. I've got obligations, things to do. You're a thief. You don't have fixed working hours. And you don't have any other friends waiting around for you. Maybe not. But I do have a sheepfish to take care of. You have a sheepfish? I do. His name is Rufus, and he doesn't do well alone. Plus, he needs to be fed and to do his daily crossword puzzles. Otherwise, his wool will get strawy. Oh, well, you're right. You can't just leave Rufus alone. He'll get lonely. Yeah. I could take care of Rufus. What? Well, Um, I live nearby, and I'm very good with animals, and pretty decent at crossword puzzles. That sounds like an excellent idea. What if Rufus doesn't like you? He will. Certainly after one of Fable's famous lullabies. You sing? Sometimes. Maybe you can sing a song about how Mal and Rufus got eaten by a T-Rex while the familiars booed me out of town. I think I'd prefer a song about you and Malachite saving those familiars instead. Right, Mal? Fine. But just this once. See it as a final exam for your training. Yay! That sounds fun. Wonderful. So, do you two need any help on your quest? Don't know. What do you think, detective? Well, it's great that you would ask, mighty assistant. Please don't call me that. Okay, Mighty Mal then. No. How about John? Sure. It's gonna change to John. So, John, thanks for asking. I have studied the quest given to us thorough closely. And I have come to the conclusion that there is only one option. This is a classic case of finding the right clues sprinkled throughout the witnesses' testimonies and piecing them together correctly. The townsfolk, the wizards, the familiars, they'll all have different conflicting information and we'll need to collect and untangle it all to see the whole picture. But to achieve that, we need to be charismatic enough to get the truth out of them. And for those who still refuse to talk to us out of guilt or fear, we'll need to activate our stealth powers, find those hidden clues ourselves. Also, we should be quick so they can't destroy any evidence. I can offer you some of your golden feathers. They do come with a sweet aftertaste of haste. That way, you should be able to make it to Zophod much quicker. Great idea! John. George. Okay, John. I think you underestimate the severity of the situation. What would you suggest instead, John? I agree with the stealth part. We could use a hint of dexterity to make sure we remain unseen for as long as possible. But I believe our focus should be on overpowering whoever is responsible for this. If they're making familiars disappear, they won't be interested in a discussion. Not a fair one, at least. We should fight first, ask questions later. Ever so much the fighter, I see. Well, we did that last time. It didn't work out for the Countess. When it's necessary. If you're itching for a fight, may I recommend fresh phoenix chilies. Some fire resistance could be a big advantage against wizards or familiars. Whether fireball or fire breath, you wouldn't want to walk in unprepared. Does Andu have fire breath? Technically, yes, but he's usually too lazy to use it. It helps a bunch with roasting marshmallows, though. I'd love to try Andu's marshmallows. I'll see if I can set something up when you return. Thank you. I think some s'mores could also help convince those familiars to help us. That's ridiculous. A dagger would be far more convincing. I think both could work. Innkeeper, what do you think? They definitely need a little bit of dexterity for sneaking around, but what should they pair it with? Haste for a quick arrival and charisma for smooth talking, or pure strength and some fire resistance? Let's just go with the first one. Haste and charisma. Let me think about it. Haste and charisma. Infusion with haste. The only thing we have is a golden feather. Golden feathers come from the speedy golden loons who molt the feathers every spring. They can be found near every major lakeside. Haste. A little haste makes any adventure inhumanely fast. Great for reaching long-distance locations and escaping every fight unharmed. That sounds good. Let's put a golden feather first. Oop. So that adds charisma and agility. Charisma and agility. Agility is already set. We want charisma. Drink. Alright, we're going charisma 3, sorry. Spoken heart. 1 agility. No. This. Sunny breeze. Or 1,000 winds. 1,000 winds. Swept up in 1,000 winds, you become as charming and elusive as their elemental messengers. Somehow, that feels exactly like resting on a tropical island, enjoying a refreshing drink in pleasant company. Its airy swirls are perfect for avoiding unwanted questions. Oops. What is this undo? Oops. I was feeding Andu. 1,000 wins. That's charisma. 3 charisma, 1 agility. Alright. Haste. I think this case needs a delicate hand. The best detective work is achieved through clever conversation. Ha! You're spot on. Guess this is how I die. Don't be so pessimistic. My drinks have your back. Do you think you'd prepare to solve this case, detective? Yes! With your help, we'll complete this quest with haste. We'll be back soon. Best of snooping. I should go with them to pick up the sheepfish. I should go with them to pick up that sheepfish before they disappear into the night. Don't forget to sing him a lullaby. Rufus or John? Rufus. Right. Obviously. I'm gonna go now. Have fun, Fable. Oh, you're back. Innkeeper. Chrissy, glad to see you're alright. Likewise, good to see you in the tavern unharmed. It's quite the disaster out there. And I'm just passing through. Don't have time to stay for long. Need to check on the cottage and the birds and Fable. I'm sure everything is as it was. The canopies of the grove are sturdy, after all. Which is why I chose to make it my home. That and the landscape. I hope your trip was nice at least. Oh, it was. It felt good to recharge and refill the creative juices. We walked a lot, actually. Almost mapped out the whole island. We also hiked to the foot of the Borean Bridge, where the auroras touch the peaks. I heard the view is quite remarkable. It was. I'd never seen anything like it before. It was the first time I got to catch a glimpse of them. Also caught a glimpse of the infamous Banshee. Everyone told us to avoid the lonely lagoon because of her, but it's too beautiful to ignore. I doubt the banshee means any harm. Everyone yearns for a friend after all, even scary creatures. It gets lonely as a monster sometimes. Everyone is scared of you. People shouldn't be. No one can choose who they're born as. We should accept them as they are. I have a few patrons who'd really appreciate hearing that. Then I'd be happy to meet them. Speaking of which, I got you something. Oh? Yeah. Remember the gnomes? I actually met some. Really? They had a booth at the convention. We're selling all types of stuff. I remember our conversation and got you this. Wow. I thought you might appreciate it. I do. Thank you. It'll certainly always have a special place in my heart, knowing it came from you. We're a dragon. Oh, you're such a sweet talker. But you can't trick me into giving you my name. What would I want with names? Nothing good, that's for sure. But for real, sis, I have to leave now. I've been gone for too long. See you around, Innkeep. See you around, Chrissy. Take care of yourself. Always. What would I do with their names? Ooh, new character, Seaweed. Hiya. Good to see you again. It's been a while. Yes, a while. 6,000 years. We are a primordial entity. More like 2 months. Oh, or not. I thought I had hibernated longer. You hibernated? At this time of year? It was for the Bloomtide Festival. It happens near my swamp every year during the Dreaming Moon. Druids and bards join together in search of the moon pools for 2 whole weeks. They dance, they laugh, they scatter pretty little flowers everywhere. They hope if they can satiate the land, it will lead them to the reflection of the cosmos. You mean the set of mythical lakes that's said to reflect all of the 7 moons at once? Yes, ever since the Twilight Chasm portal opened up within them. A mere 30 years ago, travelers have become increasingly obsessed with bathing in their beauty. Such festivities sound exciting. No! They're loud, with their songs and their arguing about getting lost in the endless maze of the marshes. And they walk around with torches of burning ember that they swing too close to my precious vines. Why would you bring fire into the swamp? It is a little rude. Exactly. You know, I tried to join them one time. Their dainty flowers intrigued me, and I snuck up to them, dressed in my prettiest poison ivy, adorned with thorns of the undying trees. And you know what they did? What? They chased me away with their fiery brooms, chanting, "Demon be gone," from the top of their tiny lungs. So now I hibernate every dreaming moon. That way I don't have to listen to their jolly tunes. Maybe you should give them another chance. Maybe you should chase them out of your home. What? I don't like either of these options. Maybe you should give them another chance. Very few Gaians are familiar with the creatures of the box. Only with the stories about their bone-crushing teeth. What's wrong with bone-crushing teeth? They think you might want to crush their bones with them. Ah, But that would be so rude. They don't think that way. But I think if they got to know you, they'd like you a lot. After all, you make the best flower crowns in all of Gaia. Maybe even all of Asteria. Those sound perfect for a festival. You might be right. Maybe I'll greet them with some flower crowns next year. I could even open up a seasonal flower crown store. Oh, look at that, so happy. I'd definitely buy one. But right now, I am awake and thirsty. Do you have swamp water on the menu today? I'm all out, sorry. Too bad. Something else then. Oh, I know. Do you still have those drinks that make you feel like an itsy bitsy spider? I want to feel fast and dangly. In fact, I still do. Give me one moment. Fast and dangly. Just anything with agility 3. Dexterity 3. A spider's agility in a cup, just for you. Oh, delicious. I feel like I could scale any spider web and devour any fly. Thank you, innkeeper. What woke you up from your slumber anyhow? The night sky fell into my dirt hut. It burned my favorite weeping willow to bits. I am replanting it into many small sniffling willows. They are feasting upon the ashes of the stars that try to extinguish them. It's a powerful nutrient. Sounds tasty. After the trees and winds and pale bugs calmed down, I had planned to go back to sleep. All that calamity made me awfully tired. When I tried to sleep, all I could focus on was this feeling spreading in my chest. Heartburn? Loneliness. I thought I should get out there and advertise my new spa. Because only crickets were visiting and they aren't very good at marketing. You know, maybe if people visit me instead of me visiting them, they won't chase me off. So I went to where I knew people could use my services. The werewolf camp in the Ashen Grove. I didn't want to intrude on their personal space, of course. So I just hung the coupons up on pieces of thin red strings in the nearby canopies. Together with some jolly little bells so that the wind would announce their presence. Like little spells that draw you towards the nearest mud masks. I hope they'll visit me sometime. I didn't know you opened a spa. It's new. I want to share my flowers and mud and pools with everybody so we can all look beautiful together. That sounds wonderful, Baya. Baya, bog creature, 555 years old, she, they, druid, moon swamp, chaotic neutral, another chaotic neutral, the lovers. Baya is an ancient swamp creature I've known for a long time. She's a very sweet soul, but others tend to find her terrifying, even attacking her. They love spiders and opened a swamp spa a while ago. Sadly, she hasn't gotten a lot of visitors yet. Can I leave some of my coupons here? Of course, yes. Thank you. Please hand them out to all your customers. I will happily share this fantastic offer with them. I really think we are in an MMO. Cutesy face. I used to do this a lot. I love doing this. It just reminded me that I haven't done that since Ragnarok Online. Oh my god. That's how I used to chat. Do you know that Baya is a weaver bird in South Asia? I did not know that. That's probably what they're named after. You could also just come out. You could also just come here more often and hand them out yourself. Ah, but there's no one else here. Except the jackdaw. I forgot about the jackdaw. Right, we're deaf. Do you want a coupon, little creature? I will leave one in your nest. No one's here because it's almost closing time, Baya. You have to come by earlier. During the day, or earlier in the evening, or during events. But there will be people here! Yes, I believe that is the point. Too scary. I shall go now. Don't forget to hand out my coupons. Will do. Yeah, what are jackdaw nests like? Let's just let this load. Raining again. Oh, it's these kinds of nests. It's really amazing. Nature is amazing. Oh, these are Baya nests. Okay. Let's check jackdaw nests. Okay, they just kind of stuff them into... they stuff it into a tree. Look at this jackdaw. Nice. They live in holes in trees. Yeah, there seems to be a lot of photos of them on holes in trees. Adorable. Act 2, Starlight Sonata. Shh. Part 10, Chapter 10, Twin Flames, 8th of the Astral Moon. Hey, Jade's back. Hey, innkeeper. Hello. It's been a while since I've seen you around. Astral Moon! Are we in FF14? Like, right? The way the months are called, the way the dates are called. I'm pretty sure it's also relevant to this story. They were talking about how this is a month of change or something. Oh, week to be exact. You already miss me? A little. Cute. Got my hands on a job. All the way over in Dyria. Seemed like something relatively easy but well paid. Or like something too good to be true. Not this time. Apparently, the farmer just wanted it to be done quickly. So she offered a higher than average rate. Look at the turtle. The turtle even has a little nose ring. And sometimes a turtle will retract into its shell. Sounds like easy money. Yeah, I wish. You know, I think I could use a drink first. Something that'll bring back my usual speed and agility. I feel like this job drained me of all my energy. Good luck at the work meeting, Tabata. Hope it's a productive one. Thanks for dropping by. See you later. Only if I get to hear the rest of the story. Sounds like a good deal. Sounds like a good deal to me. Swift strike again. Let's hope this suits your tastes. Your drinks never disappoint. Glad to hear. I can definitely feel my senses coming back to me. I made you a drink. Now it's your turn. Tell me about your latest job. Fine. Deal's a deal. I told you the client's a farmer, right? She has a large flock of two-headed sheep. Apparently that darn starfall damaged their barn, and they somehow managed to break out of their enclosure. Didn't think they were that clever, honestly. Must be the two brains. Probably. Anyways, they got out right before their shearing appointment. And of course, the farmer needed to get them back in time, especially considering the rumors surrounding the area at the moment. Seems to be a dangerous place nowadays. Apparently, an unusual amount of cattle have been going missing these last few weeks. So local folk have been keeping a closer eye on their locks and fences. Of course, the farmers wanted her sheep to be safe, so she hired someone to bring her bundles back. That someone being you. Obviously. Thought to myself, I'm a monster hunter. Handling animals is basically my job. I'd say a monster hunter is rather known for, well, hunting instead of handling. That was exactly the issue. Do you know how stubborn two-headed sheep are? Let me guess. They're twice as stubborn as one-headed sheep. You got it. They're impossible to get moving. Impossible to startle. One head might be eating, but the other one is always watching you. But you did it, right? I suspect you wouldn't be here if you hadn't finished the job. You're absolutely correct. I was at my wit's end. Imagine having fought hundreds, if not thousands of beasts. And some sheep are the one enemy you can't win against. That sounds like an incredibly humbling experience. It was. Trust me. But luckily, I got some help. Another adventurer saw me struggling and offered her assistance and knowledge. Or should I say, a retired adventurer. Oh? Yeah. She was very insistent on that label. Some kind of astral fin folk. Must have lost her arm a while ago. Oh no. Oh, another old acquaintance of ours. Back to the sheep. She told me there's apparently one thing that gets their full attention. You got any guesses on what magical tool might be? What that magical tool might be? I have no... Oh... Clovers! Morning Jew clovers, to be precise. They go absolutely feral for them. If you will make them follow every single one of your commands. But someone with your experience should know that, innkeeper. Huh. Do you two know each other? Barely. Ha! Keep your secrets then, oh so mysterious innkeeper. Wanted to buy her a drink after she helped me out back there. Didn't expect you two to be best friends, honestly. Best friends? I think you got that one wrong, Jade. I'd never befriend someone like her. I have taste. Well, that was unnecessarily rude of you, Una. You don't even consider my feelings. Consider me sorry and keep... Apology accepted. Speaking of taste, what about your drinks? I know you're always like experimenting with potions and other suspicious liquids. Looks like you finally made it, huh? Indeed. I think you got the hang of it. Then what are you waiting for? Your old rival's waiting for a drink. Preferably one that'll restore my energy. Those sheep made my old bones all wobbly and I don't like feeling so weak. Got you. Let's see what that old magic is to offer. Don't worry, she might not look like it, but the drinks are actually really good. I bet. I'll just take that as a compliment, I suppose. Who the heck? Southern Brawler. Again, Jade's theme is it's mixed a bit too loud. I have to keep lowering the volume. Enjoy touching grass, Vanoa. Yeah, we'll be here unearthing more of our old acquaintances. Oh, wow! Impressed? Don't get cocky now. You don't have to be shy. You can just admit I've improved. So, Una, Jade told me you're retired now. Had enough of the adventuring business? Absolutely. I don't want to have anything to do with that anymore. I completed enough quests for at least 2 lifetimes. And yet you decided to help Jade. Ever had to handle a 2-headed sheep? Not yet. Lucky you. Lucky indeed. I just couldn't watch her struggle with those stubborn beasts any longer. But this was a one-time exception. Did the farmer pay accordingly? After your morning Jew Clover's magic trick? Oh, absolutely. She was so happy she gratefully paid both of us. That's good to hear. She even tipped us with some gems she supposedly found in one of her fields. Oh, that's suspicious. Yeah, Jade looks... Una looks pretty cool. Like a cool grandma. But I'm a Maida. I don't have any use for stones like those. And since I'm retired, I couldn't care less about material riches. So we figured we'd give them to you instead. What? But I wouldn't tell that pretentious blonde dragon priestess if I were you. Feels like a blasphemous gift. Oh, divine gems. A little blasphemous indeed. I think I know just the right way to use them. Thank you. Don't mention it. Now that we're done here, I can finally go back to crocheting. For the rest of my life. I didn't get this hook put in for nothing. Of course, I also occasionally got rip some youngsters off while playing cards. I haven't lost a game in at least 4 decades. Una. I don't know why I matched this voice for Una. I'm so sorry. Finfolk, 68 years old. She, her. Arcane Engineer. Astral Sea. Neutral Good. The Empress. Arcane Engineer sounds cool. I've been rivals with Una long before this story even began. She was an adventurer back then, but is retired now. Even put a crochet hook onto the stump of her arm. But there are things about her that'll never change. I'm pretty sure she'll never stop stacking that deck, for example. Rival, huh? Maybe we really were a villain. That's remarkable. Or impossible for someone who's only playing fair. I think your lucky streak will end with me today. I've also never lost a game in at least a decade. Are you challenging me to a duel? Absolutely. And whoever loses has to pay for the next round of drinks. That's the spirit. I like you, bounty hunter. But don't come crying to me after I annihilate you. You wish. Jade be on guard. Una be on guard? Jade be on guard. You're worried about me. Cute. I just know for a fact that Una is a master at cheating. I doubt that's changed. So you're saying you've lost against her? More than once, yes. Pathetic. Hey, are you talking about me? Listen, Innkeep. If your opponent is obviously cheating, like she was, you can't beat them fair and square. You gotta beat them at cheating. Now watch how a real master does it. I wonder who'll win. Oh! Oh, new character. Gently Giant? I got an achievement for Gently Giant. Huh? Why? Because we made a new friend? Yeah, this is a reward for a quest path we chose. We gave her... We asked her to focus on her investigation. Good day! Good day! I don't know what he sounds like. There's so many NPCs. I have returned, innkeeper. Welcome back, Miss Anwar. And welcome... This brave adventurer's name is Claymore. He offered unexpected support during my quest. I'm happy to hear that. Thank you so much on behalf of, the world. Yes, of course, the world, Mr. Clay. He reminds me of, I don't know, like, of course, like, Conan kind of springs to mind, but a Scandinavian Conan, I don't know. Who loves saunas. You don't need to do the whole Mr. thing. Just Clay is alright with me. Otherwise, it sounds so formal. Like talking to one of those graph people. Oh, you wouldn't want to be one of those. Clay it is then. Can I offer you both a drink in exchange for the story of how you two met? That would be fun. That would be a fun trade, right here. I think I would welcome it as well. Then what can I get you? Clay, please go ahead. Oh my, you got a lot of stuff on the menu. How about one of those drinks with ingredients? It's chattering. You look strong. How about something extra for those muscles? That sounds nice. Let's go with that. 1 minute. Southern Brawler. Thanks, Andu. Try this. I think it might knock your socks off. This tastes strong and magic-y, but my socks are still on. What? Still, I love it. I'll have to remember this one for next time. What is it called? Ayo, Spaceball, welcome in. We're just doing this review in progress with Tavern Talk. It's a visual novel. D&D inspired coffee talk, as they bill it as. It's like a Valhalla coffee talk, bartending simulators, barista simulators, necro barista. You know, we're getting to know these colorful cast of characters. There's a greater mystery at hand. There's a greater mystery behind us as a barkeep. So it's slowly unveiling itself. And we apparently like to collect treasure hoards, little trinkets. We have a little own treasure hoard. We like trinkets. We can't seem to leave this place. We have history with villains in the past. I don't know. There's a lot of things going on. But yeah, it's a colorful cast of characters, and we play the barkeep of this inn. The innkeep. We play the innkeeper. Sorry. Don't worry, I'll remember it for you. Thank you. Now, Miss Anwar, what would you like? I need some of that liquid vigilance. Even in here, it's important to stay on guard. Wouldn't this be the right time to relax? There is no such time. Alright, then I shall aid you on your divine mission of not falling asleep standing. Wait, we got a new profile. Ah, Clay. 3 defense. That's a Frosted Lagoon. I really wonder if this changes anything. Some liquid vigilance diluted with some delicious secret ingredients. Enjoy. I could do with something less diluted, but you're right, it's delicious. Happy to hear that. Do we get to tell the story now? Please, go ahead. You think I should start with the seashells? No, I think some exposition is in order first. As you already know, Innkeeper, I plan to start my investigation right here in Zenith. Specifically at the local Gaia temple. So I've been told. Mostly about that wobbling ooze. Yes. That was certainly something. Unfortunately, besides their fascinating personal secrets, they had nothing of value to share with me. Unfortunately, thanks to your rumors, I was not entirely without the lead. The wizard's prophecy led me to Dalwell. Or should I say the Abandoned Isle, or Fairweather. The name changes depending on who you ask. I didn't know it had that many names. I always just called it Kelpie Island. Why? Because it's shaped like one. Probably the smartest approach. Kelpie Island or Fairweather, its name means very little to me. Its local settlement of Fae was much more relevant. They built everything into the giant sequoia that holds their portal to Avalon. The portal is in the tree? Yes, right in the center. They call it the Horizon Tree. It's beautiful. The Fae themselves were moderately helpful. It is difficult to get them to focus on the severity of the situation. And I was pretty sure they were preparing some sort of morbid ritual with the acorns that they were stringing up between rose bushes in asymmetrical shapes. Oh, I always thought they were art projects. Common misconception. It sounds like they were preparing to charge them with astral moonlight. For what? If you freeze them, they make for good ice cubes. Do you participate in such practices? Not at the moment. I'm just not going to question that. Eventually, I got them to sit still long enough to ask them about any strange occurrences around their settlement. Did they understand your definition of strange? After some explanation, they told me how just recently an astral humpback whale had rampaged through one of their nearby scouting camps. Just 2 days before the stars fell. They said it seemed like it was running from something and that it was full of seething fury. They also claimed it to be a good sign because it promised adventure. Seems like an understatement. Majorly. I mean, it did end up in some kind of adventure. Investigating disaster is not an adventure. It is a necessity of dire circumstances. I had fun. That makes 2 of us. It certainly was a sign of something awry, something being awry, and I was determined to get to the bottom of it. So naturally, I made my way to nearby Carapace Beach and prepared a celestial summoning ritual under the young astral moon. For the humpback whale, I suppose. What else would I be summoning? I thought maybe you wanted to ask Cassiopeia for her input. Are you out of your mind? The Realm Keepers have sworn a divine oath of neutrality that prevents them from directly interfering with the simple world of us mortals. Why do I get... It's Myth of the 12 again. I have a 14 all over again. The full might of their powers could disrupt the delicate balance of their cosmic design. Right. Sorry, slipped my mind. You are forgiven. As I was preparing the ritual, readying myself to confront the troublemaker, I suddenly found myself being interrupted by a strange request. That was me. I asked her if she needed any more seashells. Did she? I did, actually. Pairing dragonhead tritons and flimmering limpet shells can heighten the dual aspect of the celestial twins, therefore making the connection to the astral sea more stable. Obviously, I hadn't managed to find the limpet shell, and one happened to be among his offerings. I honestly just thought she was decorating the beach and that she could do with more color. You weren't wrong, in a way. Sadly, the shells burned up during the ritual, singed Tia's hands too. Just a little. Fortunately, I possess spectacular healing capabilities. Tia is calling her Tia. Fortunate indeed. Were you collecting seashells for beach decorating on your own, or your very own ritual, Clay? Keep clicking behind by accident. I was collecting them for my friends. At this time of year, Kelpie Island is full of all kinds of sparkling, floating animals from the astral sea. And they love munching on seashells. Do you encounter these creatures a lot? I try to. They're very nice. Clay can talk to animals. Gaia's blessings rest upon him. Fantastic. You're full of surprises. Thank you. Though I'm not always sure they like talking to me. They tend to disappear sooner or later. Sometimes they come back, but often they don't. I think maybe I accidentally say things that upset them without realizing it, and they think I mean to hurt them. I hate when that happens. You mean they just disappear, like they were never there? Yes, like they moved to a different, quieter beach. Or like they returned to the astral sea. I feel like they will tell me if they went back home. Not necessarily. Many Astraean creatures can traverse the plains at will, but they don't always have control over when they return. On many occasions, the astral currents pull them back home before they're ready. And once you're swept up in them, each subsequent journey out becomes more and more difficult. Or so I've been told. I would guess your friends either went home when they were there, when they weren't there. I would guess your friends either went home when you weren't there, or got pulled back before they had a chance to say goodbye. So you're saying the sea swallowed them? Not quite. It just beckoned them home through a celestial hug of sorts. So that means I could just visit them in the astral sea? That would be an incredible undertaking. Traveling between planes is quite hazardous. It is? But echoes are from the primordial sea, and my family has lived here for quite a while, I think. They must have gotten here somehow. They say it was much simpler to traverse between planes once. But for a long time, it has been almost impossible without complicated and dangerous rituals. Until recently, the astral sea was the only possible way to pass through the barriers. And accessing it requires meticulous planning, not to mention the sea tends to come with more risks than rewards. Even your Astrian friends, who can choose to leave their home plane on a whim, get pulled back by the currents eventually. Imagine what would happen to you if you went in unprepared. But the Fae on Kelpie Island aren't from Gaia either, and they told me they haven't lived here for very long. Since the 5 interplanar portals opened up, interplanar travel has become a lot more accessible again. At least when it comes to the dream planes. But even the astral and primordial seas, not to mention Ur, are finally open to us again after all these years. It is a true miracle to witness in our lifetimes. So the portals haven't always been there? I didn't know that. Who put them there? Well, that is a very good question. And one that would blow the scope of this conversation beyond its bounds, I would think. You still have to tell me how you summoned that whale. You're right. We're getting off track. As Clay and I talked, he told me about his fascinating friendships with the astral creatures and his ability to speak with animals as if they share a language. So you asked him for help. Well, He offered his aid. I certainly could have handled it on my own, but you didn't have to. Right. That, obviously. Thank you very much, Clay. Anytime. So I summoned it. The ritual worked exceptionally well, and it appeared out of the sky in a wave of concerning darkness. Stars used to accompany them. I mean, there was one star. There was. The whale was even bigger than I had anticipated, almost as tall as the horizon tree. And in its stomach rested a giant sun, the only star of the night sky whose light had not been extinguished, nestled right in its belly. That sounds beautiful. It was, in a way. The star wasn't the thing to worry about, though. The whale didn't look at all happy about being summoned. Instead, it looked like a wounded animal that was one loud noise away from lashing out. And it looked sick. Its translucent skin was gray, like it was frozen with the coldness of the highest mountains or the deepest depths. Its eyes were pale, almost blind, with no warmth within them. I thought for a brief second, we must fight this beast before it consumes us and everything in its path. But then I looked over at Clay. I saw deep understanding in his eyes, like he wasn't seeing a monster, but a friend. So I stayed quiet, knowing that whatever he knew outweighed my fear. You knew what it needed, Clay? Not completely. But I knew that look in its eyes. That feeling when you're so scared, you get angry. When you want to fight because you're terrified you won't be able to flee. So I kneeled to show it that I didn't mean any harm. And I held out my last conch shell in my hands. It took a moment to overcome the instinct to mistrust. But then it picked up the shell up gently and ate it. I saw the conch freeze as it swallowed. It looked painful. Wanting to comfort the whale, I reached out and carefully put my hand against his cheek. I wanted to know it wasn't alone. I'm sure it needed that. I did. It was so sad. It cried tears of golden dust. Its tears turned to ice before they even hit the ground. It was at that moment I realized its body had been cursed with a potent frostbite. I knew it did not trust me yet, so I did what I previously would not have thought possible. Through a hand on Clay's shoulder and the magic of your drink, I was able to briefly transfer my magic into Clay, allowing him to cure it of its disease. Wow. I feel like so far we've done what I believe is all the right decisions, except for the freaking vampire combat. He kissed it on the forehead, and the ice burned away, freeing it of the endless chill. Thank you for the care package, Zen. This is an intense story. He kissed it on the forehead, and the ice burned away, freeing it of the endless chill. Sorry. It was quite sweet. That is one lucky whale. And one unusual effect of that infusion is that not usually possible. Inspiration is a fickle thing. Such magic is deeply personal and differs from person to person. I always enjoy seeing how others imagine support to look like. Tia's support was very helpful. I'd hope so. Once it was free of its pain, the whale was ready to talk to us. I asked what had happened, and it told me about fighting some sort of evil creature on 2 legs. A creature on 2 legs? It's a humanoid then. We assume. It turns out whales don't care much about our appearances. It cared more about all the things being thrown at it. What a mean way to approach a whale. Apparently it swallowed some kind of stone. It could only remember its black and white color and that it tasted horrible. But I thought, I have a strong digestive thing. It's nothing to worry about. Rookie mistake. The 2-legged monster just wouldn't stop attacking, so it fled as quickly as it could, trying to find its way home. It felt really bad about destroying the camp. I get why. The worst part about being angry is seeing the wreckage you leave behind. Tia, do you ever get angry? No. I am the embodiment of calmness and self-discipline. Where I come from, they call that repression. You forgot divinity. Thank you. Luckily, its anger subsided when it's found its way back. It thought it was finally safe, but suddenly this freezing cold began. I don't mind the cold much. I'm from the highlands and we get a lot of snow in the winter. But the kind of cold it was describing sounded awful. Painful and inescapable, like it was freezing from the inside out. The potent frostbite I mentioned, it seems a curse took hold and slowly spread throughout its entire body. It tried to keep itself warm by feeding on solar crabs and cosmic squid, but that didn't help much. It just kept getting more scared and angrier and colder. Until even its brain was freezing over. It couldn't think of anything other than the cold. So in its desperation, it ate the hottest thing it could find. A star. A star. A giant one, not that. It looked deceptively small, contained in its belly. But apparently it was one of the biggest ones the night sky had to offer. The East Star. It ate Pharos? The guiding star of the endless seas. It did. And it helped. It kept its frostbite at bay. Even if it did not eradicate it. But as you can imagine, such a massive star disappearing did not have the most desirable effect on the astral sea's delicate balance of gravity. I can imagine that. The whale was very confused about what had happened. But it said all the stars around it suddenly started to fall and spin out of place. They crashed into each other, causing more and more destruction with each passing moment. I didn't understand everything it described, but it sounded bad. To label it as bad would be quite the understatement. The falling stars ripped holes in Cassiopeia's wings. To think that just one hungry creature could break the entire balance of the universe. It was hurt and scared. It should have endured, instead of hurting others. It was alone. It didn't know all what would happen. It can count itself lucky you were there to help. Indeed, I don't want to imagine the additional chaos it could have caused. I don't care about could-haves. I just care that we were able to help. Did you also manage to free it of the star in its stomach? No. The frostbite may be gone now, but that star is a part of it now. It has become the first of a new kind. A sun humpback whale. And probably the last one too, as all other stars in the astral sea have been snuffed out. We will never be able to see the night sky again. And in turn, that whale must forever live with its guilt nestled in its stomach. You're right. Some things are forever changed now. That's kind of the point of disasters. But perhaps a star doesn't stand for shame, but the pride of its survival. We shouldn't be sad that most are gone, but happy that one managed to make it through. Besides, we may have lost the night sky's starry companions, but it managed to gain 2 new friends. Even the worst of situations can lead you to light sometimes. I like that. You should never be sad about finding new friends. Speaking of friends, on the way back, we ran into this traveling souvenir shop. I bought friendship bracelets for Tia and I with little whale charms on them. But she didn't want to wear them just yet, so I'm waiting until she's ready. That's very nice of you. Right, Tia? Welcome back, Vano. Hope touching grass was cool. They're a hazard for fights and could get caught in things. Your hairstyle, Tia? Sure, I'm looking forward to seeing how they look with your armor. Tia also found something for you at the souvenir shop. She said it reminded her of your tavern. And now that I've seen it in person, I agree. Now I'm curious. What is it? Yes, there indeed was a flying whale which swallowed the star, so now it's a sun humpback whale. But in swallowing that star, it may have inevitably caused an imbalance in the cosmos, which caused all the other stars to fall. It's a lot. They said a lot. Oh, that's a pretty mosaic. Here? The shopkeeper told us a little about it. Supposedly, this piece of art represents a new beginning after a hard-fought battle. Kind of like the rise of the sun hunchback whale. That's very fitting. Thank you, Tia. So... Tia, aren't you glad Clay was there to help you? I suppose I am. You really are? You are surprisingly competent. Perhaps one might even say I could not have done this entirely without you. If one was to be extreme about it. I think someone like you could do anything alone if you put your mind to it. But that doesn't mean you should have to. I'm always happier when doing difficult things if I have help from other people. Well said, Clay. Stellar teamwork, you two. Keep it up. Will do. Much more importantly, clearly our quest was not successful. What are you talking about? You cured the sun humpback whale. You found out why the stars fell. You even made new friends. What more could you want? We still haven't the slightest idea who caused all this. An angry humanoid figure? And that is who exactly? Well, we can rule out you, me, and the innkeeper. We can rule out you and me. Ouch. No hard feelings. I believe you're innocent, but sometimes evil hides in plain sight. One must not be led astray. I understand. Paranoia is a hard habit to break. Clearly someone orchestrated this. It seems too random and methodical to have been an accidental side effect. I must find out what hides in the darkness. If something like this happens again, it could end in a calamity the likes of which we have never seen before. Yeah, Clay. Yeah, Clay is so adorable. Like I imagine such a Like those that shopkeeper from Frozen. I don't know why I was reminded of that. The one who invited them for the sauna. The Icelandic Nordic guy. I don't know why I imagine cool grandma here with don't worry too much about it, girlie. This is kind of how oblivions are around here. Oblivions? I'm running out of voices, chat. There's so many NPCs. But this is how a DM is, Like if a DM really wants to give voices to they don't have to. Alright, but I like to go ham. I just have fun with it. I wouldn't call this just another Oblivion. How often have you seen the stars fall from the sky? 0 times. I was asleep when it happened, and now that is over, there go my chances of ever witnessing a supreme meteor shower. You should not wish to witness such horrors. Some horrors are fun to look at. Listen, love, when I was your age, I used to worry about stuff like that all the time. This weirdo over here did too. We all did, at one time or another. That's more history about us. But I know from experience, the making such a fuss about it won't get you anywhere. These bat-sized calamities are part of the natural order of things. From chaos to balance, to chaos and back to balance. Everything just switches around in a never-ending cycle. Sure, it's good to keep an eye out, but you don't have to give yourself an aneurysm over it. Just pick up a quest if it worries you, and follow the natural flow of the universe. That way, if you're lucky, you'll end up retired like me. Such a leisurely attitude only leads to failure. And even then, someone is always going to save the world in the end. And that someone is going to be me. Oh, the youth. Anyway, old enemy. Got another drink for me? I'm running dry. Anytime, Muna. Apparently we were rivals in the past. Are you still running low on energy? How about another strong one? You got it. Ugh, strong. I should know this by now. Jackal? Cycle? Wait, when did they mention the jackal? Did I say jackal? Sorry. Cycle. Oh wait, sorry, I'm blanking out. Southern recipe. We made it so many times. It's a diamond pointing to the southwest. Oh, Dovetailor, have you noticed if the choice of drink even matters? Like, or as long as it fulfills this. Like, I know what matters is choosing what potion to give them before their quest. But the drinks in between, I'm not sure if there's like any difference if we give them. As long as there's like 3, then it's a pass. Like, I don't know if it matters. Yeah, so far I feel the same as well. Nothing is really indicating that your drink really matters for these regular day-to-day talks. The big choices really seem to be in the whole do you do this approach or the other one. Yeah, that one. Like, I feel like that's really the only place where that shifts the narrative in different ways. I don't know how different, but I did experiment with like 2 different paths with the werewolf thing. Very different outcome. So much so that, like I mentioned, I had to reload and do the other one. You changed drinks to what I felt like making or what suited their personality. You got bored of making Swift Strike. Yeah, for me, I tried to, let's spice it up. Let's add this and that. I'm the opposite. Now I'm like, here's a Southern Brawler. It's like I'm tired of thinking. But my Swift Strike is now spiced up with fake crystals. So my Swift Strike is different now. At least it's Swift Strike with fake crystals. But it's like Southern Brawler. Just give it. Something strong for the most strong-hearted lady I know. We're ready to admit you've lost every argument against me. But this drink is splendid, I'll give you that. See, with one of these, your worries will be washed away with flavor. Good or bad, depends on the day. I find your apathy borders on tragedy. Wait, I'm gonna steal that line. That's a nice line. I know Alethea really strikes me as a stereotypical lawful good cleric. That's what the archetype here is. But for some reason, I just can't get Mean Girls out of my head. I find your apathy borders on tragedy, or something. And I find your hero complex unsustainable. Remember, kiddo, they don't build those statues for folks who are alive. Who cares about statues? My purpose is my purpose, and I don't care who immortalizes me. No one's purpose is to die, girl. Life is much more meaningful than that. Anyway, my purpose is winning at cards right now. Good luck with your delusions. I apologize on her behalf. It's fine. Tia? Are you dying? Oh my god. No, she was purely speaking in the hypothetical. I'm not sure what that means, but it doesn't sound like it could damage your armor. But maybe you should listen to her advice, at least a little bit. My granny always says, with age comes the priceless wisdom of mistakes. I think your grandma's advice would be much more helpful than whatever a failed hero has to say. Yeah, no one's purpose is to die, girl. Yep. Grandma Una's got some wisdom. You think retirement is failure? One's post should never be abandoned. If you can still serve this world, you should. Not sure if that's bleak or inspiring. The latter. She was right about one thing, though. The past is full of terrible disasters that were prevented, which means that this too could have been attempted before, if not very successfully. Knowledge of something so vile must be scarce and well guarded, maybe even abandoned. I have never come across anything like this anywhere in the Aperture's library. Granted, the Aperture has only been standing for a little over 2 decades, no? Its library can't be that vast. Many of the Order's books were relocated to the new stronghold. But I do believe that we don't currently harbor the knowledge I seek. For that, other avenues must be explored. What are you considering? We could ask everyone we come across until we find someone who knows something. Good idea, but that would take far too long. I think we should look for the Everbloom archives. Is that a book club? An ancient one. Everbloom was one of the Great Seven Maidan archives. The Gaian one, to be specific. Oh, and Jade's a Maidan. Legend has it there used to be one on each plane. Even Tuat, the plane of the dead. They were once filled with all the knowledge of the cosmos and grew in size every day, thanks to their fearless archivists. Wait, the skeleton dude. Talk to the skeleton dude. But then they fell to an unknown foe, and have been lost to time ever since. I believe one of them could hold the answers we seek. Innkeeper, do you perhaps know where to find this archive? Nope, not much of a librarian, unfortunately. Disappointing. But you could keep an eye out for it, right? You could ask all these scholarly people that pass through here. Of course, I can do that. Skeleton dude! Perhaps you can start by asking that bounty hunter once she's done gambling away all her money away. You could ask her yourself. I would rather not. I'll take that terrible task off your hands then. Wonderful. You won't need more than a day to take care of all this, right? I could do a little more time. Nonsense. We don't have more time. I need your full commitment on this, innkeeper. This is very short notice, as are disasters typically. Hence the vigilance. I shall return to a fully prepared quest tomorrow morning. Okay. In the meantime, you should rest. Don't be ridiculous. I have things to do, people to help, prayers to consult. Una was right. A good night's sleep would do wonders for you. I could even offer you some coupons to a beautiful swamp spa. Fine. I'll take one. Or two. Though they won't be put to much use. If I rest now, who will this world have faith in? I shall see you tomorrow. Alright, we did have coupons for the swamp spa. It's always nice to see burnout happening in real time. Don't worry, I'll go with her and make her some soup. Soup always helps me when I have a headache, and it looks like she has a big one. Do you want some soup as well? Yes, please. I'll bring some by tomorrow. Do you have any allergies? No, thank you, Claire. Anytime. Then the recipe will be a surprise. Have a superb day. I'll take some of those coupons too. Wonderful. Talking through everything really helped. Thank you. I'm happy to hear that. I hope you held on to those seashells. Catching up with some astral friends might make you feel a little better. Actually, I was thinking I could use the shells to make some friendship bracelets for Tia and I. I want to carve them into stars. I think that sometimes you have to make something beautiful out of the things that hurt you. Aww. Otherwise, you're left with anger that has nowhere to go. I'm assuming, like, barbarian raging, yeah, Clay would understand. Do you like being angry? No, I don't. Me neither. But we all get angry sometimes. It's not the most fun, but it's important. Never getting angry doesn't solve anything either. It just makes you smaller and smaller until people no longer see you as someone they need to think about. At least they're not scared of you. Anger doesn't make you any more of a monster than silence makes you a saint. Ooh, another nice line. Be a whole person, Clay. And don't be scared of who that is. I'll try, Innkeeper. Thank you. I hope to find a way back to yourself. I hope you find a way back to yourself too. That's ominous. Angry at Dumbledore raised Harry to die? Jesus. Well, what do you do with the Chosen One, I guess? Clay Moore. Giant Earth Echo, 31, he, him, barbarian indeed, Highlands, neutral, good, strength. Clay is a sweet and gentle half-giant. He loves animals and can communicate with them, a skill no one should underestimate. Do not underestimate that. He believes in the good in people and is exceptionally empathetic. On the other hand, he is also a very strong and remarkable fighter. Thank you, Clay. I wonder who won. They're still at it. Aha, can I talk to you about the archive? Top of the evening to you. Welcome to my tavern. Oh, what do my magical eyes see? New faces, new acquaintances. With whom do I have the pleasure today? No way! Speaking skeleton! I haven't seen one of those in a long while. Hello there! How incredibly rude of me to leave out introductions. My name is Scully. He's so polite as well. You can call me Una, Mr. Scully. And that one over there is my friend Jade. A fellow Maida, but with more skin left. Okay, so archivist. A Maida archivist. Which isn't immensely difficult, I suppose. Glad to make your acquaintance, Una, and her friend Jade. Jade, that's a beautiful necklace you have there. Scully, shouldn't you be named after a gemstone? Oh. Scully, shouldn't you be named after a gemstone? As far as I'm aware, Maida last names reference their bones, no? Correct, but I cannot remember what my poor bones are made out of. Death has left quite a lot of gaps in this head of mine. Let me have a look. Looks like alabaster to me. Hard to say without a thorough analysis, though. Alabaster? That does sound familiar. Like an old name, perhaps. I'm not sure, but it's worth investigating. Thank you, Jade. Still, let us stick with Scully until we have more detailed information. I think I should be going now. I still have work to do. What a coincidence! I happen to want to say the same thing. I happen to want to say the exact same thing. But wouldn't it be rude of us to leave that distinguished gentleman all by himself? I think one of us should definitely stay a little longer. Isn't it cool that both of you have bones made of shimmery gemstones? Zen, thank you for dropping by. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for lurking. And thank you for the care packages. Always great to have you. I didn't realize it is almost 1 a.m. Yep. Embrace the sleepiness and sleep well. Sleep well and dream well, Zen. Have a great day ahead. Yeah, we have 1 more hour. Let's see how far we can get. I did have a 12-hour stream. I mean, Miku had a 12-hour stream, but I was also there for the ride. Worth it, though. Completed Pandemonium and Myth of 12. Now, we just have to wait for Dawn Trail. I think one of us should definitely stay a little longer. Isn't it cool that both of you have bones made of shimmery gemstones? That is true. I haven't seen another Maida since... since I woke up. So anywhere between 2 weeks and 2 centuries ago. See? It's a match already. Wouldn't it be a shame if the two of you were to become... Would it be a shame if the two of you were to become friends? Huh? Anyways, see ya. That was... quick. Indeed. I guess a woman her age knows what she wants. Oh, Hex, you're back. Good mythical morning. It's well past sunset, Hex. That might be true, but it's still morning somewhere else, I know. You got it. But today I'm not here to talk with you about primordial magic. Today we're gonna celebrate my sister. Greetings, everyone. Come on in. Pleased to meet you. My name is Scully. Jade, You can call me Hex. And this is Grace, my little sister. Yes, I know she's taller than me. You could keep it to yourselves. We're here to celebrate, not to roast. Though some fire might be fun. No fireballs inside. Hexagon. If you insist, a fireless party it is then. My bones are aching for a party. I haven't attended one in what feels like an eternity. What's the occasion? My wonderfully talented sister successfully defended her wizard doctoral thesis just today. She can now call herself an actual full-blown selenite witch. It's not that special, honestly. I beg to differ. That's a majorly big deal. Congrats. Selenite. Full-blown selenite. Selenite witch. I must congratulate you as well. Quite an astounding achievement indeed. You're very sweet. Thank you. I have to agree with everyone. You should be proud of yourself. How about a drink in the house to celebrate your graduation? Hex already told me that you're a real magical connoisseur. I would love to taste one of your creations, Innkeeper. But I don't know what to pick. Could you recommend something to me? Of course. How about a drink for wits? Your brain must be tired after debating your professors all day. That sounds lovely. My brain could use a little pick-me-up. Coming right up. Pick me up, give me intelligence 3. Oh, I was looking at dexterity. Whoops. Peak sunrise. What's another thing we can make? Something we haven't made in a while. Sure, sparkling nebula. Classic. This is delightful. See, I told you. She definitely knows her craft. Say, Innkeeper, do you have a PhD in mixology by any chance? Last time I checked, no. But I do have a lot of experience. Took me a while to get a hang of it. I can tell. Your drinks are really tasty. I could easily go for another round of debating right now. Is anyone else up for a drink? Nah, not yet. I'm still energized from earlier. Scully, Hex, what about you two? I'm good. I don't want to steal the show today. I would love a refreshment for these old bones, actually. Perhaps something that'll bring back the charm of the old days. At your service. We made Spoken Heart the last time. So, let's do something else. Sunny Breeze. Oh, I think this needs an infusion. Right. I needed an infusion to make Sunny Breeze. I do. I like the designs of the drinks, for sure. It's just a shame that there isn't... Well, so far, it's really... The only changes you really do are with the quests. And I like this. Like, yeah, the descriptions. Like the ingredients also. Ignis, Canteo, Pluma. And the drinks themselves. The infusions also have lore. I really was surprised by this page. The map page. It's like, they didn't need to do this. Like, we were just stuck in the tavern for the game, but they mentioned so many different locations and they it's a lot of great context for like, oh yeah, so the quest is sending them here And then it just paints a bigger picture for the world outside. And each one also has like descriptions. Like I really feel like this is like the developer's homebrew or something. And they just decided to make a visual novel set in it. So it's really it's just a nice little detail. Not necessary, but it's nice to know like your quests have place. And also the way it's intuitive. Like it matches this is that, this is that. And you can just follow this. So it's easy enough to mix. The infusions, of course, that adds a little niggle. You just gotta think about, alright. We need something that adds charisma and intelligence. And agility. I think I did this before. I think I put okay, fake crystal, we could do that. One more intelligence. Sunny breeze. 3 charisma. Right? 3 charisma. But then they don't really remark, unlike the infusion you use, which is to give them invisibility. Here you go, a drink for the charming gentleman. Oh! What a lovely taste! It warms my bones inside and out. Should I be worried? Mayhap it's an undead thing. Well, theopractically, it would be possible for a magical drink to warm one's bones. You just need you and your wild dreams, Hexy. Maybe leave those experiments to someone with an actual laboratory for once. All that talking about studying and degrees brings back so many old memories. I also was a scholar once. I spent my life as an archivist at the Gaia and Everbloom archives, to be precise. Boom, tell him about it. Before my, well, supposedly eternal slumber. I've read a lot about the old archivists, but I never have the chance to talk to one. Well, obviously, they're all dead. All of them? Yes. The archives were destroyed ages ago. They're mostly a myth now. Oh, that's quite sad. A lot of knowledge must have gotten lost with him. I guess so. If you wouldn't mind, Scully, I'd love to hear more about them. Maybe we can revive some of that old knowledge. It would be my pleasure, but sadly I cannot remember much of my research. All those years below ground and without sunlight doesn't seem to have been good for my memory. It's been a few centuries since I've been alive, so I'm not even sure where one would find the archives nowadays. Or their ruins, rather. Scully. Skeleton, unknown age, he, him, archivist, Everbloom Archives, chaotic neutral, the magician. Scully's a Maida and the personification of a gentleman, and he's, well, dead. Or at least he was dead for quite some time before he rose again. But contrary to his fellow undead, he returned conscious. Before his death, he was an archivist at the Everbloom Archives. He cared for and archived all kinds of knowledge and history of this world. Maida have surnames matching the gemstones their bones are made of. He remembers the word alabaster. Considering the color of his skeleton, it would certainly be a match. Or the ruins, rather. It's been a few centuries since I've been alive, so I'm not even sure where one could find the archives nowadays. Or their ruins. Do you remember the environment surrounding them? Maybe that could help. A little, I believe. I might have even woken up close by. My early memories as a skeleton are quite hazy. During my lifetime, the archives were located deep underground. Gaia's lively blessings were juxtaposed with a hostile and lifeless mountain range. They were surrounded by nothing but rocks and boulders as sharp as talons and fangs. Even if you made it out of the mountains, you'd be greeted by either dry steppes or a poisonous lake. The liquid in that lake could singe the meat right off your bones. I knew someone that fell into the lake once. I remember it as if it were yesterday. Well, that sounds like not the best place to build an important archive stronghold. Wouldn't necessarily agree. They say the books and scrolls of the Mayan archives contain all the mysteries of our world and the realms that surround us. Of course, you have to protect that knowledge. It would be a shame if someone... Anyways. I think I know the place Scully's talking about. Oh? It sounds just like the gravel mac. Sharp rocks next to a poisonous lake. There's no way a location like that exists twice. On this plane at least. Or else I would have heard of it. Nice, we already have enough for the quest, I think. I wouldn't recommend going there. I bet it's exceptionally dusty after all these years. But think about all those hidden treasures. Knowledge left untouched for millennia. That sounds a little too ambitious, even for you. Fine. Your delicate wizard sensibilities wouldn't last a day in the gravel mac anyway. Oh, and you would? Who can say? Anyway, I gotta go now. Share enough secrets of the trade today already. Update the Jade. She's surprisingly good with animals, and even has a little turtle accompanying her. Only two-headed sheep are giving her a hard time somehow. But, through her travels, she's learned how to handle all sorts of people, and how to win against them at cards fair and square, or not fair at all. Did we get anything new? Not really. 32. Thank you for your reluctant service. What a lovely young lady. She would have made for a great archivist. And a grumpy one. I'm sure she just had a long day. As have I, honestly. I'm very tired. I'm absolutely sure of that. You should take care of yourself. But you should be proud of yourself nonetheless. You seem like the kind of person to downplay your achievements. And getting your PhD really isn't something small or insignificant. It's nothing, really. I spent a lot of time researching. Defending my thesis was a mere formality. Scully's and my point still stands, and I'm sure your brother would agree with us. Absolutely. You're all very kind. I really appreciate it. How about we call it a day? It's already getting late. A splendid idea, as I would expect from a witch like you. Grace. Half-elf, 42, she, her, wizard, zenith, neutral good, the Hierophant. Grace is a Selenite witch who just successfully defended her wizard's PhD thesis. She's calm and gentle and seems to be a bit tired of her brother's chaotic experiments. Her older brother's experiments. Even though he is shorter than her and looks younger, Grace actually the younger sibling. Seems fair. Hope you get to enjoy the rest of your evening, innkeeper. I will, theopractically. Ooh. New quest. Here. The Maiden archives once held the infinite knowledge of the cosmos. The Gaia and Everbloom could hide answers no one is quite ready for. Deep within the gravel mac hide long-lost treasures and terrifying bleak stalkers. though the verdict is still out on their cuteness level. The fabled Everbloom archives are located deep within the Gravelmac, a lifeless, dangerous mountain range. Raiders of the Lost Archives. I understood that reference. A alabaster. Oh! Teaser. They'll probably find Alabaster's journal or something. The Lost Bite and Everbloom archives are said to have offered infinite knowledge to anyone with unanswered questions. Its ruins lie deep within the Gravelmac, a dangerous and lifeless mountain range that even seasoned adventurers try to avoid. If that wasn't enough, the mountains are also said to be haunted by nightmarish bleak stalkers. Let's just hope they don't find abandoned archives cozy and inviting. If we had more quests to put, it would have let us, right? Quest making is also story locked. So you really don't, it's really just like a straightforward visual novel. Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Chapter 11. Trouble in Paradise. 9th of the Astral Moon. Oh, wait a minute. What happened to... Huh. So I just realized I don't have the usual overlay. Why was that off? Oh well. Good morning. Good morning, Clay. Did you sleep well? I did. It took ages for you to fall asleep. I was too excited thinking about our adventure. But I slept really well. Happy to hear that. Tia, did you sleep? She passed out right after she had some soup. I hope that Lady Cassiopeia would send me signs for my divine mission in my dreams. Did she? I don't remember. She sounds like you slept well then. Anyhow, I see you had time to prepare the quest. Wonderful. Let's get started. Let's take this one step at a time. Clay, I was looking forward to some soup. Then I hope you like lentils. Lentil soup's not bad. I left some with your purple friend and told him to keep an eye on it. Oh, Andu. Oh no, Andu. Well, I hope Andu enjoyed that soup. Thank you for feeding my familiar, Clay. Of course. Did you two enjoy your soup? Very much. Clay is quite the talented chef, even though eating it did make me very tired. And Tia is a very good cooking companion. It took a while to make, so we had a lot of time to talk. It was nice. What did you talk about? Friendship bracelets, I hope? Not quite. Many things. Like I thought it would be fun to make her niece one of the little dolls my granny taught me to make. The ones with the flower dresses and mini axes. I don't have any siblings or cousins, but Tia said she's gonna make little star lamps for my parents' garden. Is that so? He offered to cook for my family. And I can't offer to cook for his. My cooking skills are unimportant to my destiny. I'm gonna steal that line as well. What else has Eletheus said so far? Your apathy borders on tragedy. And now, my cooking skills are unimportant to my destiny. How to say you don't need this skill. How to say you're bad at a skill in a cool way. Say it like Tia. That particular skill is unimportant to my destiny. But I thought if I were to visit, it would be appropriate to bring some sort of thank you gift. And who wouldn't want some stars in their garden? Especially now. That sounds lovely. Have you ever visited the Highlands before? No, not thus far, though I've always wanted to. Our snow dragon building competitions are famous. I've never heard of those. Oh. But they do sound intriguing. When I was young, one of my favorite stories the Elysian told me was that of the ever-burning flame. It is said to have been a gift from Leviathan to the first mortals. Along with it, he bestowed the power of elemental manipulation upon his chosen. I vaguely recall there being another version where one of his guardians stole the flame from him instead. Blasphemous hearsay is all that is. We should be thankful for the gifts he has given us. So that's the Prometheus. I've always wanted to pay my respects to the flame. And it just happens to still be burning in an ancient temple in the Highlands, keeping the hope of Asteria alive for eternity. So I'm looking forward to seeing it in person sooner rather than later, and with a local guide, no less. I've never visited it before, but I once went to the Autumn Glow Festival in Varica. You can see the temple from there. The Autumn Glow Festival, what's that about? I'm sure he can tell you all about it another time. Please, let's get back to the quest. I have one more question. Fine. One more. Why do I feel like this is so important? What's your favorite color? What's your favorite food? What's your favorite animal? I feel like I want to ask, what's your favorite animal? What's your favorite animal? Why? I'm curious. I'm not sure. I've never been asked that before. Oh. You don't know what your favorite animal is? No. Do the dragons count? Not sure if you want to call a dragon an animal. You're right. That would be blasphemous. It would also be correct and funny, but their egos wouldn't take it. Tia, we have to figure out what your favorite animal is. Why? It doesn't matter. It's not important to my destiny. Of course it does. Getting to know yourself is one of the most wonderful experiences in the universe. I know myself, and yet you don't know what your favorite animal is. But don't worry, we'll figure it out together. Doesn't that sound fun, Tia? It doesn't. But... thank you. Oh, that's the right decision. Did anything get added? So wait, so okay, Seraph, 25, she, her, cleric, aperture, lawful good, high priestess. Elethea is a righteous devotee to the dragon Cassiopeia. A fact she makes sure everyone knows. She is very eager in her ambitions to save people and to protect the world from falling stars and the like. She is a seraph, residing in the aperture, a stronghold of Cassiopeia. Is it Cassiopeia or Cassiopeia? Her curriculum was full of history lessons about the world and realms surrounding us, but apparently, she never had enough time for self-expression and growth. I'm sure she'll get to know herself better eventually. but thank you. Of course. Now, the quest. Of course. Should I add a quest about finding out what your favorite animal is? Yes. No. Don't worry, innkeeper. I'll put one together myself. Thank you, Clay. So, I'm assuming you're going together? Unfortunately. I was going to go alone, but Clay insisted on coming along. Why is that unfortunate? It's a very dangerous quest, and he is not practiced in the ways of a divine warrior. Could you imagine if he tried to befriend some bleak stalkers? That'd make for a fun story, I think. But if you really want to do this alone, you could just go by yourself. Who would make her soup then? Exactly. That makes sense. Plus, I need to meet those bleak stalkers. I've never seen any before, and I can't wait to find out what they like to eat. You. They like to eat you. Only if they're hungry. Could you at least try to be reasonable? I am. Local creatures can be very helpful. I know they can be dangerous too. Of course, it's important to have your guard up so you can defend yourself if they're scared. Generally, if you approach anything non-violently, they'll like you more. Maybe the innkeeper can give us some extra charisma too, so we can convince them to help us out. I could offer you some honey flowers as well. They can be very inspiring. Even to bleak stalkers. I think so, at least. I never tested that one out, actually. We could test it for you. Nonsense. We need to head into this knowing we'll have to fight our way through. I have a feeling this game, maybe it doesn't like the fighting options. Like every time we do a fighting option, I don't like the outcome. Nonsense. We need to head into this knowing we'll have to fight our way through. The name Bleak Stalkers doesn't exactly inspire confidence in their hospitality. Not to mention, there could very well be many more dangerous monsters roaming the abandoned Everbloom. We need to refresh our strength and hope that our mortal weapons will be enough to damage them. If that's of concern, I could offer you some citron. It's infused with divine properties that'll bless your weapon strikes. With a little help from the dragons, no creature should be able to withstand you, no matter how bleak. Citron can only be found deep within the Forbidden Valley. How could you have even access to that? Oh, you know. No, I don't. Anyway, I think both of your strategies could work. Strength and Citron will let you fight your way through any danger in no time. But the right mix of defense, charisma, and honey flowers might offer a more unconventional solution. I like that. Can you help us decide? I don't want to argue. Sure. I'm gonna go for unconventional. Maybe I should have reloaded the Countess part. Oh well. I wonder how different that would have become. Okay, we want inspiration. So, defense. Frosted Lagoon. Infusion, inspiration. They mentioned honey flowers, yes? Honey flowers. But this has dexterity. I'm sure there's something else with full defense. First, no. This. No, but... Okay, 1 charisma. It fulfills that. 3 defense. It fulfills that. Honey flower. Cool. First snow. Confirming. Inspire, inspiration, 1 charisma, 3 defense. Inspiration, 1 charisma, 3 defense. Did I save already? think I saved. Yeah, 128. That's so cute. His little cloud. I would love to hear the story about you befriending those bleak stalkers. Or at the very least, how their teeth were no match against your armor. Or your pecs. Plus, this worked well for you last time, Tia. Let's hope I'll be lucky again. Fine. I trust your judgment, Innkeeper. Good. You should. Thank you for all your help, Innkeeper. But we should get going now. Indeed. Wait, why are you in such a hurry? Yesterday, I met Fable at the farmer's market, and they helped me pick out the right vegetables for the soup. And then they invited me to their barbecue on the 31st of Cassiopeia. So we need to make it back in time for that. Okay. I guess we're gonna end at the barbecue. You can always leave early if it takes too long. And what about you? What about me? You're also coming. I have to work. You also have to eat. She's right, that's a waste of time. Why would I say? Saving the world is bound to make you hungry. I'm getting hungry, chat. I want these drinks. Like, dude, if I think I read somewhere that the developers also reached out to Quincy. I'm not sure if you know Quincy, but their videos went viral. Quincy roleplays as a bartender and makes drinks. Like drinks you can actually make. But they're very much medieval fantasy inspired. And they have some fun videos. I think they did reach out to Quincy. I don't know if they helped promote it, but I would love to like see these drinks in real life. Saving the world is bound to make you hungry, and you might even have fun. Who knows? I will consider it. Let's hurry then. Let's. Innkeeper, can you let Fable know we'll be back in time? Of course. I'll let them know as soon as they grace my tavern with their presence again. Oh yeah, Grace should know too. I think she's bringing her famous fortune nuggets. Grace? Fortune nuggets? Grace! Okay, fortune nuggets. I'll tell her as well. I wish you a successful quest. It shall be so. See you soon! We have so many fun stuff here. Our display grows. Oh hey, Archie. Greetings, Innkeeper. Hello, Archie. Good to see you again. It's always a delight to be here. It makes me feel like I'm part of something bigger already. That's foreshadowing if I've ever heard one. I'm glad to hear that. Speaking of which, were you able to help those farmers out? Oh, yes. Talking to Fable was truly inspiring. They were so right. The farmers really had no interest in gold or other riches. So instead, I helped them with reconstructing their land, barns, houses. With my own 2 hands. I even got some blisters from it. Remnants of my first ever heroic deed. Very exciting and painful. Now that I think about it, do we have a recipe for a drink that could help out in this specific situation? I want to be able to help every single farmer with ease. I want to lift the heaviest logs and steel myself for the most stubborn splinters. You're right, a drink like that is still missing from my recipe book. Let me think of something. Oh, thank you dearly. Steel tonic. When I was making my way to your tavern, I walked past an astounding duo of adventurers. A stunning seraph and a massive half-giant. They were so utterly impressive. I aspire to be like them someday. It feels like I'm in a book, like I delved headfirst into one of the stories in my bookshelf. Magic and adventure surrounding me with every step, and unknown lurking dangers in the shadows. This is all so exciting. And now I'm just daydreaming. Originally, I came here seeking one of your magical drinks. Of course. What would you like? Preferably something that'll help me defend myself from devious dangers like splinters in my hands. The drink I had last time, did it? Well, I presume it did something, but those splinters were a real nuisance, I'll tell you that. I got you, don't worry. I didn't get many splinters in my lifetime, but the few times I did, I hated it, chat. I'm trying to pluck the splinters out. Ugh. It's like stupid acorns. Steel tonic. With the steel tonic running through your veins, you can become the buff potty tank of your dreams. Its cooling qualities, mixed with a surprisingly spicy aroma, boosts your vitality to new heights and leaves you impenetrable to damage. That is, if they are even fast enough to hit you. Wow! Look at this, a mix of dexterity, strength, and defense. What crystals are those? I didn't read everything yet. Citrin. This rare gemstone can only be found in the well-hidden eastern parts of the Forbidden Valley. Citrin is said to be favored by the dragons due to its incredible divine properties. Blessed with the divine magic of the dragons, adventurers will have a much better chance fighting the undead or any other unholy creatures. Or any creatures, really. Looks like a D20. Steel tonic. Confirming 3 defense. Protection against your arch nemesis, splinters. Here you go. Ha! I can already feel my skin getting tougher. Helping people grow calluses is my secret party trick. Ew. Maybe I should bring my friend here someday. Your drink mixing magic is quite peculiar, really. Oh, your friend. Is she from Windmore as well? That is correct. I've known him since we were kids. Mostly due to our parents being of similar wealth and influence, I think we were kind of chosen to be friends. We decided to write each other letters when he's not here in Zenith. He's actually in a kind of dire situation right now. You see, he's a diplomat, deeply involved in the whole Dirya mainland negotiations. Due to him nearly getting kidnapped during his last business trip to Dirya, he decided to fire his entire personal security crew. If you ask me, his reaction is a little over the top, but I don't interfere with his decisions, so... Now he doesn't have any bodyguards, and I would like to help him. But honestly, I have no clue what I should do. He definitely doesn't need my money, just like the farmers didn't. He's got more than enough of it as it is. I mean, if you're brave enough, you could volunteer to be his bodyguard. Splendid idea! I like how you think, innkeeper. But I don't know if I'd be strong enough, even with your magically infused drinks. He might need more protection than I could offer. Well, I still do that thing with the quests. Oh, you're right. I could just hang up a quest on your pinboard. And then some brave adventurers will offer to help us out. My friend means the world to me. I would never forgive myself if something happened to him. So you're looking for the best bodyguards in Zenith? Absolutely. Well, I already have some folks in mind that are more than qualified to do the job. Let's just hope my quest writing skills are enough to attract just the right people. Do you write a lot? No. Yes. Sometimes. I love to write stories about cunning and courageous adventures. Okay, he writes fanfiction. Somehow, they always manage to get out of the most dreadful situations by cheating death multiple times. But that's... writing doesn't really fit the image of a heroic adventurer himself, does it? Why would I dream of other people's journeys if I could live the tales myself? You've got a fair point. Also, it's always easier to write about things you've experienced firsthand. Absolutely. Oh, I can't wait to see my friend again and help him out. I'll be more than prepared. Fable also offered to teach me how to use a bow. How could I say no to such an enticing offer? Getting taught by the Fable of the Ashen Grove themselves? It's more than I could have ever dreamed of. They also mentioned another friend of theirs, an imposing Vokakian lady named Carolyn. Do you know her by any chance? Oh, Lynn? Yes, I know her quite well. She's quite the local legend. I'm surprised you hadn't heard of her. She single-handedly outsmarted a wyvern chimera. That's incredible! This tavern is full of hidden treasures. Apparently, Lady Carolyn is bored because her newest protege is on a mission and hasn't returned yet. Oh, right. Melly. Everything's like connecting now. So she'll be joining my training with Fable! Oh. Oh. You're in for a ride. How thrilling! I nearly can't contain my excitement! But for now, I've got to think of the right words for the job posting. Don't worry about that. Assembling quests for patrons is one of my services. Really? That would be so helpful. I got you. You'll have the perfect crew of bodyguards for your friend assembled in no time. Trust me. Thank you so much. And also, thank you for the drink. Coming here is always a delightful source of inspiration. I'm always happy to help. Until then, innkeeper. See you next time, adventurer. Oh. New character. Why am I reminded of Critical Role Scanlan for some reason? Hey, how's it going? Hello, come on in. This is a cute little tavern, I'm not gonna lie. Wasn't that convinced from the outside, but the interior is really adorable. I'm glad. Are you accustomed to more opulent exteriors? For sure. But I do enjoy the cozy feeling of a simple tavern. You know, it's good being away from the hustle and bustle of the big cities sometimes. I get that. Are you new in town? I am. How do you know? It's been a while since I last saw a phantasm around here, that's all. I just took a guess. Ah, I see. I came here straight from the capital. Just needed a moment to breathe. You get me? Oh, I do. That's why I settled here, on the outskirts of Zenith. This town is big enough for me to never run out of work, but small enough to not feel overwhelmed. Yeah, exactly. So, you're on this business, innkeep? Correct. Just me, my familiar, and this tavern. Oh, and all the regulars that come here, of course. Of course. And with whom do I have the pleasure today? Perhaps one of my next regulars. Who knows? Maybe. The name's Voyage. But you may call me Voy. Oh no. Alright, Voy. Got it. Is that an erhu? Like, is that a Chinese instrument that I'm hearing? Erhu, 2 strings. It's like 1 string to me though. No, they're 2 strings. It does look like a part of an erhu. What can I do for you today? Well, I mean, a drink would be the way to go, I suppose. Wait, don't tell me you haven't heard of me. Not yet, I'm afraid. I suppose I should have. I'm the Voy, the famous bard. Ring any bells? Nope. Well, I guess you'll have to get to know me then. And what better way to do so than with a fine drink made by the finest innkeeper. You're a real sweet talker, aren't you? I guess I am. Yeah. Is there something specific you would like? No. Surprise me with something that'll make me even more irresistible. Like a real Prince Charming. Mm-hmm. What a surprise, a spoken heart. May this drink give you an untwistable silver tongue. Oh, this is good. Nearly as good as my musical talent. I have a feeling this drink might influence your next performance. Will it boost my charisma even further? You'll have to wait and see. Let's just say you might want to come back afterwards to get another drink. Oh, now you're teasing me. Now you're teasing me. How about you tell me more about you now? Didn't you want me to get to know you better? Hold on tight to your counter, innkeeper, because I'm about to knock your socks off. Bring it on. So, right in front of you is the one and only Voy. Traveler of lands, stealer of hearts, and the most famous bard in all of Fesoa. Not only because of his immaculate talent, but also because of his good looks, I might add. Stereotypical bard. I'm fairly impressed. Of course you are. Might ask for an autograph later then. But what brings you here, Voy? As I said, I just needed a breath of fresh air. A short break from the big city. Is it hard being famous? Not really, no. Maybe a little bit, sometimes. But making music and performing is my job, and I absolutely love it. So it's not a big deal, really. It just makes me cherish the quieter moments. Makes sense to me. Voy, Phantasm, 22 years old. He, him, autographed. From Trigarin, Chaotic Good, the Sun. Voy, short for Voyage, is a very famous bard working in the capital. He needed a short break from all the fame and troubles being a musician comes with, and ended up here in Zenith. He is a particularly flirty fellow, though he falters when you happen to match his energy. Would it be cool if I kept you in your little familiar company for a bit? Absolutely. Make yourself at home. Nice. Oh, new character. It's Quincy. Wait, it is Quincy. Hello there, traveler. What can I get you? Usually it's my role to ask you that, but given the circumstances, I'll humor you. So there are cameos. So I feel like Mitzi was a cameo. Mitzi sounds so familiar. There's probably a Mitzi, a lot of tattoos, in a wheelchair. That is probably a cameo. And now we have a cameo for Quincy. They put Quincy in the game. Usually it's my role to ask that, but given the circumstances, I'll humor you. Well, this is my tavern, and it has come a long way. Love the color of the walls. A new coat? It's been a good few years since my last renovation. But yes, I thought it was time to accept some change into my life. Thought so. What is life if not the constant changing of the self? How I miss your endless wisdom, Quincy. Okay, so cameos. That's why we haven't had... So the characters here are the ones that are part of this world. So we don't have Chrissy. We don't have Chrissy, we don't have Mitzi, and we won't have Quincy. Okay, so if they don't appear here, they're a real life cameo. How I missed your endless wisdom, Quincy. I can only imagine, innkeeper. You look like you might be in need for a refreshment. How about a drink? Yeah, long journey. Surprise me with something as charismatic as your little establishment. Sunny breeze. No combat. 1 agility. Yeah. Wait a minute. I didn't hear a ping. Okay, I just didn't hear a ping. Agility is set. Intelligence. We got a sunny breeze for Quincy. Here you go. Liquid charisma. My specialty. This tastes magical. Seems like you've improved a good deal since last time. Practice makes perfect after all. Indeed. So, what brings you to this corner of the world? Ah, I'm looking for the feathers of a peculiar little bird. They're said to only reside in this neighborhood. Or continent, rather. What bird? The golden loon? Oh, we just used... Wait. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the golden loon? They're quite beautiful to behold. If I were you, I'd look for them near a big lake. That's where they usually hang out. But only in Fesoa. Hence why I came all this way. Oh, plumage of gold. glistening in lights of day, a traveler's bold. That would be a very poetic way to greet them. Tell that to the stupid song of Vigor Guild. They didn't like it? Nah, they don't like anything that isn't mainstream. Like subtext. But isn't that what lyrical works are all about? Pouring your heart and soul into something for others to take in. I wonder if Quincy had a hand in writing himself. And only if you push away the layers and read between the lines will you find the true meaning. Exactly my thinking. It's just that now I'm afraid that they'd laugh at me. Or remember me as the bard without a heart. All because they don't understand. You know, there's nothing wrong with being afraid. Fear can sometimes keep us safe from danger. But something to keep in mind is that fear does not stop death. It stops life. Ooh, okay. I have a feeling they made Quincy write himself. Do you enjoy art? Yeah, and I want others to enjoy it too. I, for one, greatly enjoyed your Golden Loon haiku. Your Golden Loon haiku. It is a bit dramatic. Me too. Oh, Innkeeper. Thank you. You shouldn't base your value on whether people like what you care. You shouldn't base your value on whether people like. You shouldn't base your value on whether people like what you create or not. There'll always be those who don't get it and those who find themselves in it. Do it for the people who appreciate your art, but most importantly, do it for yourself. That's one way to look at it. You know, I imagine all this so differently. Way easier for sure. Did he just do Korean heart? Moving from Trigaran, the smallest of... He's doing Korean heart. Moving from Trigaran, the smallest of towns, to the big city. I'd always dreamt of joining the SOV Guild. And then they promptly rejected me. But I'm Voyage, and I don't give up because of things like that. I didn't need a guild to get out there and share my music. All I needed is me and my Heikyum. Okay, so they are South Korean coded. So it was an Asian instrument. It is a Heikyum. And it is 2 strings. It's derived from the ancient Chinese sitin. Okay. I don't need a guild to get out there and share my music. All I need is me and my Heikyum. That's right. I've seen many people spend too much time giving attention to those who will never understand them. My 2 cents. Live for what you believe in, and allow others to make their own decisions. That's what I'm doing! Good. But, unfortunately, I have to leave now. Gotta find those loons before it gets dark. Was nice having you around, Quincy. Until next time, and don't forget, take care of yourself, Innkeeper, and be safe out there, Voyage. You too. Okay, so that's a 3rd cameo. Nice guy. Yes, he's an old friend. Yeah, or two. I don't know if Chrissy is a cameo, but Mitzi and Quincy looked way too real to be in this game. Didn't know you two friends. Perhaps we could be friends too, Innkeeper? Not yet. Oh. Maybe one day. Hey, Una's back. Welcome back. Quick, Innkeep! Your strongest drink! This is an emergency! What happened? It's absolutely urgent! Relationships are on the line! Not lives? Listen, Innkeep, I'll tell you the story, don't worry. But you gotta be a little patient, because Baya really needs a drink first. Yes, please. What do you need? The same as last time. Oh, that one was really delicious. I'd love to taste it again. Please. Got it. I'll get you something that'll make you feel as agile as a spider again. Thank you for hanging out, Dove Taylor. Have a good nap. I'll just get to the next chapter, then I'll also pause over there. See you around, and perhaps see you on Dawn Trail. Have a nice nap. There you go. My strongest drink to the rescue. Thank you. This is... Uh-oh. Good. Oh, thank you, dragons. That boss made me so nervous. I really thought she would mess it up. Thanks for having so much faith in me, Una. Ha! You're welcome. But, Baya, are you feeling better now? Yes, at least a little bit. That's good to hear. Please fill me in on the situation now. Please fill me in the situation now. I've never seen you this upset, Baya. And you have to endure the Bloomtide Festival every year. You're right. So, I have this group of friends. They're girlfriends. We three have been inseparable for at least a few centuries. But now... Very insensitive to ask an emotionally vulnerable and sweet girl what's troubling her, Innkeeper. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to be rude. It's okay. How about I tell her what's going on, Baya? So you don't have to strain yourself. Thank you. Okay, so... Sweet Baya over here has had a long-lasting group of friends, right? Right. They're a trio, inseparable for at least a few hundred years. And they're an adorable trio, might I add. The Swamp Monster, the Banshee, and the Mary Morgan. Yes, the Mary Morgan, the wrathful spirit that is known to drown men. Oh, all the monsters know each other. They want to welcome back. So we just confirmed that there was another cameo. It was a cameo of Quincy, the one who makes drinks, the one that went viral. Makes drinks, gives words of affirmation. So Quincy appeared, and the other two we saw, Mitzi and Chrissy, are probably cameos as well. Because they don't appear here. They're just one and done. So Mitzi, I was wondering, she looks too real, too familiar. So I might actually, okay, Google. But yeah, there was a cameo. So if they don't appear here, it is probably a cameo. Ah yes, the Mary Morgan, the wrathful spirit that is known to drown men. I've heard she doesn't really differentiate between genders though. Yep, that's right. Anyway, the Mary Morgan and the Banshee are a couple. So I figured... Have been for a while. I recall them coming by once or twice. But right now, how should I put it? They're in a domestic dispute. For some reason, the two have completely stopped talking to each other. They even refuse to show up to biased monthly tea parties. It's just they'll only come if the other isn't invited. Why? I don't know. It's like they don't like each other anymore. And soon, they won't like me anymore either. It does smell like a breakup. Let's not catastrophize. I don't want my friend group to fall apart. Oh, that's what happens if you have relationships in a friend group. People have always left me because I scare them. I want them to leave me too. No, I'm sure they won't. Say something, innkeeper. Even if they do break up, you'll be fine. What the fuck? None of these are... Don't worry, Baya. When does telling someone don't worry or calm down ever had the actual effect of them not worrying or calming down? Don't worry, Baya. They've been together for so long that they must have already solved numerous arguments. They'll get through this one too. She's right. They've been through worse. But... what if she is wrong? What if they do break up? What if they really leave me? I just wish there was something I could do to help them. If I might just add my 2 cents real quick. Hi, I'm Voy. That's short for Voyage. You might have heard of me before. I'm pretty famous. No. Doesn't ring any bells, sorry. Anyway. So, bye. That's your name, right? What's keeping you from getting to know other people? Like, you seem really chill. Well, usually everyone's afraid of me. But the innkeeper has always been nice to me. I trust them. And I've known Una for a while now. Didn't she pick endangered flowers from your backyard last time you met? Yes. The bouquet was really cute. I know, right? You meet a lot of people when you travel across the lands looking for potential clients and work. And honestly, I've seen stranger creatures down there in my years as an adventurer. Baya is also really cute under all that moss and kelp. Oh. Shush. I mean, you might look a little terrifying, that's true. But maybe you just have to figure out how to get through to people. I'm sure they'd want to be your friends. I don't know about that. Usually they try to burn me. Luckily, I don't scar easily. Oh, what a nice metaphor. Might have to use that in a new song if you don't mind. People hurting you over and over again, just because they're afraid. Exes leaving you, but you always manage to get over them. It's not a metaphor. Once every few moons, people surround me with torches and pitchforks. Oh. Well, that's unfortunate. You don't say, kid. But honestly, I know how you feel. Sometimes facing people is terrifying when you feel so different. But there's always something to love about everyone, like my handsome smile or enchanting voice. Maybe people would enjoy my spa. You run a spa. That's fantastic. Yes, you should come visit sometime. Voy, that's short for voyage. Just Voy is fine. Do you want to come too, Una? I'd love to, yes. There's nothing more soothing for old bones than a nice swamp bath. Is Voy a tiefling? According to this, Voy is a phantasm. 22, he, him, Bard, Tragarn, Chaotic Good, the Sun. Very famous bard. South Korean coded with a Haegyun instrument, doing Korean hearts with his hands, fingers. You do say that mud baths are great. Never actually experienced one. Perhaps when I go on my trip later this year, I might get the opportunity for a mud bath, hot spring kind of thing. Well, I'm going to Europe for my niece's wedding. She's getting married in Germany. So we're going to start in Germany, but I'm going to be let go because she's going to go with her family. And I'll be on my own. So I was trying to drag some friends to it as well. So far, I only got one person. But, we'll make it work. It will be leaving in October, so I will be gone for a while. Essentially a month. 3.5 weeks. We'll be traveling around. Hopefully, we get our visa before then. It's a bit kind of get too close. And then the current plan is, Germany, and eventually we'll be ending in Iceland. I've never been, so we just played Hellblade 2, Senua Saga, so hey, Iceland. I will try to do my best Senua impression. Yeah, so it's exciting. Yeah, for sure. And maybe I'll share it on Discord or something. And maybe bump into other streamers who are in Europe. I think I told Bonebreaker about it already. I said, hey, I'm going to Germany. It's like, hey, we'll see. But hey, if you want to join as well, we need buddies. So where are you headed out for? Where are you going for October? You'll be in the US. All right. Big Bad Con. Heck yeah. That'll be a great time. Tell us all about it, Dawata. And best of luck as well on the TTRPG side of things. Also possibly getting married. Do let us know. We're rooting for you guys. Let's hope it's not what do you call that? I just hope Big Bad Con won't be too stressful and all that. I hope it'll be fun. Yeah, we shall see. Like, are you joining panels? Are you going there as a creator, or like as a, what do they call it? Not regular person. Are you like a panelist? Yeah, either way, I hope it is a fruitful journey in more ways than one. That is exciting. Be in a couple of panels while running a game. Does this game happen to be called Confluence? Or is this Navathem's End? Or both? Okay, it's Confluence. Sounds like a great time though, Ata. We will be busy in October then. Okay, we're trying to help Baya, reassure Baya that her friends won't leave her. Mud bath, swamp bath, swamp bath. Do you get a lot of customers? No. About the spa? None. No, we gave out the tickets, the flyers by I'm sure people will visit. Maybe I can change that. Let me advertise your spa at my next performance. Oh, I would love that. Thank you. No worries, Baya. Well, let's get back to your girlfriends. Innkeep, don't you know someone that could help them out? This situation is kind of tricky. They might need a mediator. I can absolutely hang up a quest for you if you want. That would be great. Thank you so much. Of course, making my patrons happy is part of my job. Now who's the sweet talker, huh? Wink. But now I have to wait, right? Yes, unfortunately. How about you show us around your spa in the meantime? It would be my pleasure. Baya. Okay. Baya. Bog creature. 555 Shide, druid, boon swamp, chaotic neutral, the lovers. Baya is an ancient swamp creature I've known for a long time. She's a very sweet soul, but others people tend to find her terrifying, even attacking her. They love spiders and opened a swamp spa a while ago. Sadly, she hasn't gotten a lot of visitors yet. Update. Baya is a bit shy due to some bad experiences with other people. That led to her having only a small group of friends. And now that they're fighting, she's afraid of ending up alone again. Working through her fears, she invited my customers to her spa. I bet her mud masks are out of this world. And once we're back, there'll be a solution for your two friends. No pressure. There's a millennium-long relationship on the line. Remember that. Absolutely no pressure. I'll see what I can do. Thank you. See you then, Innkeep. Yeah, see ya. Oh, I can't wait to feel how smooth my skin is after a mud mask. You think I could take my crochet hook with me? Okay. We now have this. The Mary Morgan and the Banshee are a loving couple, most of the time. But the current fight has their best friend Baya very worried. A banshee is haunting the lonesome lagoon, wailing a song that will shatter your bones. Hopefully hyperbole. In the riverbanks of the Shivamere hides the Mary Morgan, a wrathful spirit prone to drowning men, women, and everything in between. The Lagoon of Tranquility spilled the tea. The Mary Morgan, known for her passion for drowning trespassers, and the Banshee, singer of bone-shattering songs in the Lonesome Lagoon, are two terrifying creatures in love. But because of a mysterious dispute, their relationship is on the line, and their best friend, the Swamp Witch Baya, would do anything to keep her friend group from shattering. Couples counselor sorely needed. We have another one. Dirya seems to be very unsafe at the moment, at least if you're cattle. A few animals have not returned home in a while. A diplomat fired his entire personal guard and is now looking for new fighters to protect him from the dangers of a business trip. A crash of spinal rhinos collapsed a canal bridge connecting Dirya to the mainland, spawning the worst thing of all: budget discussions. fatal company. Political tension ensued when the canal bridge connecting Diria to the mainland collapsed, especially because spinal rhinos can't exactly be held responsible. The ambassador tasked with solving this mess is a young noble, and his worried best friend insists he is still in dire need of a new personal guard, especially since the roads are unsafe for travelers lately. And those travelers are cattle, anyway. Hey, Darth, welcome back. We are just actually about to wind down and find someone to raid. That's it for us today. We're still going through Act 2 of this story. The cast has grown, like, really large, but now they're all becoming connected in one way or another. So, next Tuesday, we're going to continue our review in progress. In Act 2, Starlight Sonata, Chapter 12, It Takes Two or Three, 10th of the Astral Moon. So it has been going well. We've met even more cool, awesome characters, colorful cast of characters. And yeah, if it's such a cozy game, like, don't expect like super like many choices and consequences and, you know, compelling gameplay and stuff. It's just if you just enjoy running a tavern, listening to people and telling them about the world outside and the stories and the friendships and the quests that they go on, like, yeah, give it a shot. It's nice to wind down the day with. Is this early access or is it full release? It is fully released, Darth. Just released a couple late last week. It is new. It is available to everyone on Steam. Thank you again for the developers for sending over this copy. Hopefully we'll be able to give some our insights and talk about our experience and get more people, get more eyes on this, because the developers are asking people to review the game. So it helps with the algorithm, and I think a lot of people will like the charming art style and coziness of this. It's finally done. Every single of the 11 crafters to level 70 plus your job quests. Well done, Darth. And once Dawn Trail is out, you get your complete edition. I'd love to hear your experience through Shadowbringers and Endwalker. Then we'll meet you all for Endwalker. And by then, like, just call on us and we will be summoned for your journey. You got your crafters to 90. Hell yeah. Man, I hate relying on people, but I'm not a crafter. So I really appreciate you guys. Like Kirikara, they repaired our stuff, gave us glamour prisms. I can't even, like, I forgot how to make my own glamour prisms. So you crafters out there, keeping us afloat, keeping us adventurers afloat, keeping us well stocked, well geared for the adventures ahead. Props to you crafters out there. What's your plan this week? Well, Friday's Dawn Trail. Do we have an early access release time yet? Because depending on the time, that'll determine whether we'll be able to stream it or not. If it's too late to stream, I'll just jump into Elden Ring. But this Thursday, I might not be free for a guerrilla stream. Later / tomorrow, I think I will pop into Elden Ring. Give it another shot, give it another shake. I learned about the whole scaling thing, which a lot of people were unaware of, which is why a lot of people are giving it mixed reviews, because it is super overtuned, but it's because of scaling, which was not very clear. So to help smooth that scaling out, we have to pick up the power-up items, which is the encouraged path to progress through the DLC. In short, it's like you're level 1 going up against these bosses. So we're going to give it a fair shake. We're going to try it out again when we jump into Elden Ring. I don't think I'm going to finish it before Dawn Trail. So we're going to be playing this. We're going to finish our review in progress of Tavern Talk over the Tuesdays, and Dawn Trail for the other scheduled days, Fridays and Sundays, and Elden Ring in between. Let's check out Until Then. I think I already wishlisted it, right? This is something you shared before and something I really found interesting. It is from the creators of... Oh, The world has it. I don't have this. I was thinking of a different thing. I was thinking about the Scottish one. Crafting is painful, but man, it's well worth it. There's so much cool glam you can craft now. Yep. And now you can be self-sufficient, craft your own glam, make your own equipment, repair your own equipment. It's super awesome. It's out now at 10%. Until then is local. Oh, I was wondering because there was another game also that featured a 7-Eleven, but it was set in Taipei, Taiwan. So this, I like, oh, okay. Philippines. The world hasn't ended yet. A fateful meeting sets off a chain reaction, upending Mark's life. People disappear, and memories prove unreliable. Uncover a hidden truth with Mark and his friends in this narrative adventure, and race to unravel the mystery before it's too late. So, publishers Maximum Entertainment, what else did they publish? Squirrel with a gun? Maximum Football, Wild Bastards. And as for the developers, Polychroma Games. Yeah, I definitely want to support this. Wait, let's just pull up the Tavern music just so it's not so quiet. The MRT scene thrust you back into your daily commuting days. Yeah, let's watch the trailer. Until then, in a world still recovering from catastrophe, Mark Borja and his friends navigate the joys and woes of another year of high school. Wake up in a typical teenage bedroom, practice piano, race to meet homework deadlines, and build and burn relationships as you reminisce about the daily insecurities of high school life. That is, until a fateful meeting sets off a chain reaction, upending Mark's life. People disappear and memories prove unreliable. Uncover a hidden truth with Mark and his friends in this narrative adventure and race to unravel the mystery before it's too late. The world hasn't ended yet, so play out your own adventure. Meet a diverse and achingly familiar cast of characters to converse with in person, over text, and through email. Get to know them, build relationships, flunk group projects, and watch how their individual personal stories unfold alongside yours. Investigate the setting through everyday technology. Explore the depths of social media, where your likes and comments may pose consequences. Scroll through social posts, emails, web pages, and more on your in-game smartphone, where you might discover hints and clues about the people and world about you. Chat with your friends, classmates, and even strangers. Explore themes of love, loss, and friendship. Tackle philosophical issues as the main character. Make mistakes and difficult choices. Will Mark stand up for his friends and be there when they need him, or will he let them down? Can he heal his wounds by letting go of the past? Decide for yourself how Mark grows and strives to do better throughout history. Play addictively mundane minigames. Insert a flash drive. Oh wait, wrong way. Nope, it was right the first time. Fight your friend for more fish balls at the food stand outside. Get in groove to pay the jeepney. Get in the groove to pay for the jeepney. Lose yourself in little games you find yourself playing in everyday life. Immerse yourself in a cinematic visual experience. Witness an intriguing narrative uniquely presented in eye-catching hand-drawn pixel art and immerse yourself in the warm colors and music of a world trying to move on from tragedy. Characters, landscapes, and props blend in 3D. Shadows, reflections, and lighting set the tone in lovingly crafted experience. Experience a world inspired by Philippine locations and culture. Traverse Philippine-inspired landscapes in search of the truth. From the heart of the bustling capital to long bus rides past grass fields. From the heart of the bustling capital to long bus rides past grass fields and coastal towns. Explore the world of Until Then, set in a fictional version of the Philippines. Interior spaces are shaped by the mannerisms of the locals, setting the scene for a recent past. Wow. So it already has a lot of positive reviews, except for this one, crashes all the time, but that can be solved. This is how a story should be represented. High praise, high praise. So this was just released yesterday. Never heard about it. Do you know the people who worked on this? I don't know any game developers or animation studios. I really wish I did, because I'd love to be able to create stuff like this. It just came out? Yeah. Let's check out the trailer. Oh my god, that's such a Sarah, Princess Sarah memes. Green life, Manu life. The world hasn't ended yet. What do you call this script again? Sorry. Baybayin. Sorry. Yeah, totally forgot. Ooh. I wonder who did the music. I would never risk my life for 20 pesos. Nice. I'm really like super interested in what happened behind the scenes, what is happening behind the scenes, and how they got to this point. Okay, last trailer. It was moody. This is even moodier. What's wrong with you? Life is strange. Pixel life is strange in the Philippines. That's a good way to describe the mood. Oh, that is annoying if you don't pierce the fishbowl. Whoa. Whoa. So faulty memories. some supernatural things going on. Ooh, it's trippy. Ooh. Well, thanks for the heads up. Again, I have not played many Filipino-made games. Like the only two developers I can think of right now that have stuff on Steam. Well, this now, and then the people who they also made a bunch of visual novels. There's one that uh it's basically like their latest one, Saint Maker, I think. Here, you play as a. I'm pretty sure this is written with experience from one of the writers, but it is the experience of being in an exclusive all girl Catholic school, and you play as a Chinese Filipino student. Have not heard of the visual novel where you romance noodles? No, I have not. But this is another one that I was very surprised was made by also a local studio, but it's called Yang Yang Mobile. But because I was playing one on suggestion from Fisher, the letter, this one, and there's like, wait a minute, this person, these names, these people, the way they're talking, why does it all seem very familiar? And then hold up, and I looked it up, and I said, oh, it's a Filipino team. So the letter, which is like horror, Saint Maker, I think is also horror. We played the letter. We didn't. I don't think we finished it. I think we just played the demo. It is all right, but you know, you could tell it is written by Filipinos. Love Esquire, Lucky You, Pansin. Oh, it's an itch.io game. Instant Bansit Canton, Romance. Oh my god. And it has real photos of. Wait, is this in UP? That's a sunken garden. What in the random shit? It's just a sunken. You're romancing a packet of Pancit Canton in the sunken garden. Like what? It sounds like something like a Filipino would make. Love Esquire dating sim. Oh, okay. I should check that. Steam. Oh, oh, sorry. I saw the gratuitous boopa. Okay. Turn-based combat. Raise stats. Forge relationships. Oh, multiple endings. Natalie Hoover as Giselle. Melody Muse as Kamala Copperheart. Kira Buckland? They got Kira Buckland? Hey? Hello? Ah, it's... Okay. Mature content. Understandable. No, this is Yang Yang Mobile. It's the same makers as Love Letter and Saint Maker. Wait, Alejandro Sab? Who did he voice? That's such a familiar name. Akihiko Sanada. It's Senpai. And Yan. And Persona 3 Reload, Akihiko Sanada. And so that would mean Jules in Final Fantasy VII Remake and Rebirth. Wow. Yeah, that's also a surprising thing. Like they got Kira Buckland, Alejandro Saab, and yeah, Yang Yang Mobile. And it's a shame. Like I don't even know anything about our local game development industry. So there's that. So all of that's from Yang Yang Mobile, and then now we have Until Then on Steam. The Pancit Canton game does sound like a nice diversion, and it's making me very hungry. And on that note, I need to grab a snack. I would love some Pancit Canton right now with fried egg on top. Ugh, 2 packs of Pancit Canton with some fried egg. Makes me happy. Runny egg. Runny fried egg. Oof. Alright, let's find someone to raid. I will try to weave this in. After Tavern Talk, I think I want to try Until Then out. I don't know if the developers will ever stumble upon us, but I do want to support them. Even if I don't know them, who the heck they are. This game looks very interesting, and I want to give it a shot. Bro, I read it. Bansit Kantu. I will do this once and twice. That one is for Ponder. Wherever Ponder is in the Lurklandia. The bonk stick reaches even there. Alright, thank you everyone for joining us for a continued review in progress of Tavern Talk. It's been a great time. I feel like I know these characters already. Like spending so much time with these characters in Tavern Talk, it's just like it feels so homely and cozy, and I like that. And I'm liking how they're slowly being weaved together, and it's as if we are playing like kind of puppet master-ish via our drinks and quests. And it's like we're helping them form parties. And if you think about it, so many adventures have started because of a quest from the innkeep or the tavern that you first go to. Parties are formed inside and outside of the tavern. And so many... And people who save the world pass through their... and it all started because you talked to the innkeep in the tavern. Yeah, so thank you for this recommendation, Dawata, as well. We're going to continue this review in progress every Tuesdays, but for now, tentatively, I really want to give this a shot. Until Then, it is a locally made narrative adventure, and I might follow Tavern Talk with this. Then we have the Elden Ring DLC for guerrilla streams when I do have the time to stream, off schedule. And Fridays and Sundays, basically the weekends, I will dedicate to Final Fantasy XIV Dawn Trail. Speaking of Elden Ring, Bonebreaker is going through Elden Ring right now. I don't know if they're at the DLC yet. Who else is there to raid? If you wish to also guide the raid, you may do so, or suggest someone. Right now I have Rafe Graffiti, last 2 bosses for Lies of P. Who did we raid last time? I need to make a record of these. But we haven't raided Rafi before. And Rafi did just raid us as well. So thank you everyone. Let's go ahead and raid Rafi, support them as they finish Lies of P so they can get to Elden Ring already. For anyone who may be lurking, if you did enjoy this content, please consider hitting that follow button and check us out on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, and Discord. It really helps us out a lot if you engage on those channels. Raid messages going out. Graphic Graffiti, an artist and streamer who might also very be interested in Until Then. I should probably let them know about that. So thank you everyone for joining us for these cozy times at our tavern. I'll see you all, well, later / tomorrow for most likely Elden Ring. Friday for Dawn Trail and the weekend. I'll see you all then. And thank you, everyone. And as always, welcome to the table. Have a great day, and I'll see you all on the next adventure. Bye-bye.